Hey, huh? Csclsa.
File. Yeah. I mean, like, you have, like, that reaction of disgust for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if you like, eating things that taste different for you. I don't know.
So I'm just gonna sit here. Is that alright?
I will stand here.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I think we're going to get started if that's okay. That one is not working at the moment, but I'm going to go fix it right now after I do this. Welcome to our first annual spring conference that presented by the Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature Student Association. We spent a lot of time working on this. Over the course of the day, I think we have some itinerary sitting over there, but we're going to have mostly people in here, and then we're going to have one conference with people who are, I don't know if they're in the same room or all over the world or what, but maybe we can ask them when they arrive on the internet. And the first presenter is Joseph, and Sanacandro, sorry. Okay. And he's going to be talking about mostly giving us kind of a taxonomy of online pedagogy that's sort of been coming up in the last 4 or 5 years. And it sort of speaks to exactly what we were wondering about when we designed this conference, which was, you know, I guess for me, like, I hear so many people and the university faculty and graduate students sort of complaining about the university model in and of itself. And in the past couple of years, I saw places like Global Center for Advanced Studies and like the New Center for Research Practice, Freedom University out of Georgia, that were sort of creating these alternative online higher education models. That and so instead of just complaining about it, they sort of like made a new platform where they could, you know, somehow. I think that the Global Center for Advanced Studies is in fact accredited through the Michigan State University somehow, but I don't know about how all of them work in terms of like being absolutely legitimate and comparable to a university such as the one we're standing in. But so that's the sort of theme of the conference, is what is the future of how these things, or what is the future of higher education in general, but also like in what way will it play on how, like for instance, this university is trying to go towards a more digital model where they're trying to have more virtual classrooms online. So I'm wondering, in general, like how that's going to work with all these other sort of alternative institutions. So he's going to tell you more about what he's going to talk about. So without further ado, Joseph.
Thanks, Micah. So I'm going to begin by just talking a bit about some of the historical and philosophical questions that sort of ground my project, and then I'll get into the taxonomy. So I'll jump right in. Excuse me, I'm going to do a lot of reading so I can kind of keep on track here. But part of what I want to focus on is I'm quite critical of the way that the corporate university has deployed online education, but I also think it's important that we think about the potentialities opened up by online tools, both for those of us within the university and those of us who want to carry on similar practices outside of the institution. I worked for several years for a teaching union And so I was very careful to attend to the consequences that the deployment of online education within the university has had on practices of academic labor. It's something I'll get into. So since first emerging in the 1980s and coming to prominence during the 90s, e-learning has taken many forms, from emulating pre-digital distance education models to augmenting face-to-face discussion to mobile delivery of mini-courses, and has largely left many promises unfulfilled. The spread of reliable broadband internet connection over the past 10 to 15 years has enabled types of online learning and collaboration that weren't feasible prior to this development. I'll get into why that is in some of those examples later. In order to avoid a technologization of learning, which is to say overemphasizing the necessity for particular hardware or software, I think it's crucial that discussions about e-learning focus on pedagogies that suit the nature of the space and expand upon critical pedagogies that have already been developed and may very well be suited to new methods of communication.
Be aware of the terrible.
Louder? No problem. Thanks, Tom. So such an analysis may also bring into focus what Darren Barney has described as the distance between certain historical but persistent ideals concerning the role, orientation, ethos, practice of the university, and the material reality of what it has become under the auspices of neoliberal technological capitalism. These ideals still animate much of the work done at the university insofar as one can still invoke the university as a concept or place. The tension between these ideals and the present conditions must be considered when evaluating the role of online education in the future of these institutions. In keeping with critical pedagogy in the tradition of figures like John Dewey, Paulo Freire, Henry Giroux, and Peter McLaren, I maintain that politics always surrounds the act of education, and that there's more to learning than simply transmitting knowledge from professor to student. So one thing I want to propose is what Jody Dean has described as zero institution, which she takes from Levi-Strauss as interpreted by Zizek. So she calls the web to be theorized as a zero institution. Zero institution is an empty signifier that itself has no determinate meaning, but that signifies the presence of meaning. It's an institution with no positive function. All it does is signal the actuality of social institutions as opposed to pre-institutional chaos. So she posits the web as a kind of zero institution, and I would take that a step further and say, in thinking about online education, we can think of both the web and the university, and in fact courses themselves, as a type of zero institution. Paulo Freire, the Brazilian instructor and proponent of critical pedagogy, describes the sort of dominant model of education as the banking model. So this is in which students are conceived as receiving objects into which the teacher makes deposits, where the main role of the teacher is as an explicator and transmitting preformed knowledge into the students. So online learning obviously isn't necessarily in opposition to this model, and it tends to be in fact oriented in such a way as to optimize the conditions of the banking model, connecting individuals directly to course material while filtering out the quote-unquote noise of the classroom. This is to be expected as online education has emerged during a period of intense neoliberal reform and corporate restructuring of the university, and hence its form and function mirror these values. I'm not arguing here, as I said, in favor of online education, but looking for spaces where we can expand upon the model of critical pedagogy, and also I believe it's important to defend the same political freedoms in virtual spaces as we enjoy in physical spaces, or else there's something that we're really losing there, as there's a certain momentum of bleeding, so to speak, between our real and virtual lives. The development of the virtual classroom is occurring in two separate and related fronts. The traditional brick-and-mortar classroom, which has become increasingly wired, quite literally today, As universities have sought to incorporate new technology into its classrooms, curricula, libraries, labs, dormitories, with debatable results. It's not rare to see students in a seminar room or auditorium sitting in front of their laptops, recording lectures, taking notes, looking up information, or succumbing to the temptation of many digital distractions. Professors are likely to engage in these new tools in clever ways, and they're just as likely to neglect them entirely. So I would argue that, in fact, most classrooms are closer to what we might call a click and mortar, which is in my taxonomy, which I call a blended delivery. Other virtual classrooms have more in common with distance education programs of the past, where the entire meeting is in the virtual space of exchange asynchronously, using an archive message board model, which I think most of us are familiar with, as it's sort of the dominant model in both blended and online courses, Moodle, Blackboard, etc. So it's often assumed that what I call cybersociality, modes of interfacing with others through sites like Facebook, Second Life, MySpace, eBay, Twitter, Craigslist, email, even something like Grindr or Tinder, is a derivative and thus inauthentic existence, moving only through a world of mere representation. Instead of focusing on the infinite regress of unmasking questions of authenticity, I will contend that self-awareness of our constructed appearance can catalyze a shift in political engagement. As Irving Goffman demonstrated, our face-to-face interactions are no more or less mediated than our written interactions. There's a whole code and language to all of our interactions. There's always a certain level of artifice. So I want to move away from a discourse that assumes a priori that face-to-face encounters are somehow more authentic. So the promise of online learning echoes the rhetoric of earlier distance and correspondence education, and has primarily been championed by university administrators and the industries that have the most to gain in supplying the hardware and software that these courses depend upon. In Digital Diploma Mills, David Noble, the late David Noble, describes this process as the automation of higher education. Noble details the way in which university administrators have pursued increased technologization of the university, contributing to the corporatization of the university and weakening academic freedom and the autonomy of the institution that is central to its ideals. The university has increasingly claimed ownership of their faculty's educational offerings so as to commodify their educational products. I'll speak in more detail about this later, but it's what I call a flipped class, where universities begin to offer credit for MOOCs or other online courses where there's a distance, but the course isn't being taught or facilitated by the person who designed the course originally. So then they rely on TAs or other underpaid instructors to deliver someone else's product. So for Noble, these changes fundamentally alter the structure of the university and precipitate broad institutional change. I agree with Noble's assessment. However, I see an opportunity here to enable positive changes in the structure of the university by explicitly subverting the aims of the administration. The use of new technologies within courses should not be forced on faculty in the name of media literacy. They should be ideally designed by the students and teachers using them rather than by administrators. And I would also argue that we should make use of the plentiful free non-proprietary products that are out there rather than costly contracts with services like Blackboard with ties to the big terrible academic publishers. Which is just to say we don't need to rely on those sorts of services. There's plenty out there that we can use while still being compliant with FERPA and so on. I'll also just add that there are valid uses for distance learning and free online courses. I think there are learners who have professional or familial obligations that prevent them from being at an institution, who can't afford or don't qualify for loans. I think I'll touch on the question of debt a little bit later. And there are some people who are just interested in learning about a subject without necessarily wanting to pay for the accreditation. So I don't dispute the use of all of those options, but again, I just want to make sure that we attend to the impact that it has on labor and the broader restructuring of the institution. So web-based modules utilizing wikis or learning management systems, LMS, are increasingly common. Many scholars and activists have concerned themselves with the question of access, responding by creating an autonomous accreditation agency, for instance, which is the Mozilla Open Badges Foundation, as well as others, all kinds of open universities, such as that in which Stuart Hall spent the remainder of his career in the UK, and which made interesting use of the television as a medium. Liquid books, which are books that have no static form, and there are all sorts of other interesting proposals. So in addition to broadening access, such initiatives emphasize expanding media literacy and often incorporate critical race, gender, and social justice themes. These emerging practices can also be deployed in ways that require potentially emancipatory pedagogies and create a more inclusive access to the university and to bodies of knowledge, helping to reach admirable goals such as internationalization, collaboration, and potentially even job training, which, as much as we'd like to ignore, I think remains a valid endeavor. So many curricula have already been overtaken by administrators and faculty more concerned with uncomplicatedly instrumentalized training rather than critical and analytic academic education. So I want to ask, how can we, as students and teachers, use these tools to push back against these kinds of trends? I'm thinking of Michel Desserteau's distinction between strategies and tactics. We're already, I'm assuming most of us are coming from the humanities and liberal arts, we're already in a marginalized position. The public generally doesn't understand what we do. We've already ceded so much ground in terms of the governing of the institution to other schools that aren't necessarily more profitable in terms of student enrollment, but that have other ways of generating income and prestige for the university. So I think it's valuable to think in terms of tactics, of what we can do within the structures that we're presented with. Just a little bit historically about the university, because I think the sort of trend over centuries is relevant to what we're seeing here. The university has long been a site of struggle for enlightenment, supposedly, an institutional center founded on the values of self-knowledge and critique. In order to carry out its work, the university was set aside from other institutions and associations to preserve its autonomy, ostensibly. This was never a perfect or complete separation, and interference inevitably arises from religious and military institutions, as well as from the pressure of the state to prepare bureaucrats, managers, and technicians for service. This latter condition is especially obvious in the roles of the universities in France and the British Empire, which contributed to the creation of many bureaucratic aspects and systems of modernity and colonialism, of course. The 20th century saw advances in psychology, which resulted in new approaches to pedagogy, which previously had been regarded as a liberal art and not as a science. The post-war period, in particular, experienced greater inclusivity as campuses were made to be co-ed, and greater segments of the population were afforded entry through programs such as, in America, the GI Bill, and the establishment of many public universities and colleges in many other nations as well. Throughout the late 19th century and early 20th century, distance learning programs began to appear, utilizing the postal service, radio, and television. And some of these, as I've alluded to, were used explicitly by people imagining critical pedagogy. Paulo Freire was really interested in the radio. There were also programs designed for workers. So after work, you would have educational lectures with the workers with an explicitly politicized edge. So it wasn't interested in accreditation or in gaining access to the institutions, but in raising the awareness of the working class. So the Bush years saw a dramatic increase in a lot of the trends that I'm talking about today. Grants for students have turned into government-sponsored loans. Education has increasingly shifted into the sphere of job training. Campuses have become branded. This is my first year at the University of Minnesota, and this is probably the best example of a branded campus I've ever seen. And I mean best in the worst way. So the corporate restructuring of student debt has also drastically increased, including capitalized interest on private student loans and the practical impossibility of discharging student loans, both federal and private, through bankruptcy. These changes, most recently solidified by legislation in 2005, created a risk-free financial commodity for lenders, which has fueled the student debt bubble. As a result, even more so, education has had to become a measurable product. These trends are not confined to the US alone, but Canada and many European countries have increasingly had to scale back university funding, and mounting national debt becomes a pressuring issue on funding. So recent student movements have pushed back against these sorts of trends, of course, in the UK, quite strongly in Chile and Quebec. It was also a major issue in Occupy Wall Street, and the Student Debt Working Group has continued to be active since then. So I'll also add that for those of us who don't work within the institution of the university, I think a lot of the models that I'll start to describe now are equally applicable for us in other contexts as activists, as workers, not necessarily within the university. So my taxonomy here, I break down the types of classrooms into these four categories. Traditional, quote unquote, as I've already said, it's a tenuous category. The blended or flipped classroom, synchronous online, and asynchronous online.
I'm sorry, what's the blended?
Blended is a class that meets in person, at least in part, but that uses online components as an essential part of the class. So a lot of classes that make excessive use of Moodle might fall into that category because it impacts the way you teach when the students have an opportunity to continue discussion, post discussion questions before class. The flipped is when a course that's offered online either through a MOOC, so like the San Jose State University in San Jose, California, started offering credit for students who would complete MOOCs. So again, I have nothing against MOOC, but when they start offering credit for it, it starts to impact the labor conditions in the university. And as someone who worked with a student union, we also represented course instructors and adjuncts. This was something that I was really paying close attention to. Because it undercuts the bargaining power of the adjuncts. Also, they're often the ones who are tasked with facilitating these kinds of classes. And I would just add that there's a sort of variety of options within each model. And so I'm going to now talk about a number of case studies in each that sort of foreground the possibilities within each one. I'll try to focus on the ones that I think are more interesting and that will be applicable to both teachers and to those of us who want to design modes of teaching and thinking outside of the university. So I'm not contrasting these courses against each other, but drawing parallels between the different categories, ways of thinking about teaching. I hope to identify aspects of education in general that reaches across formats while attending to their limits. So I'll start with asynchronous, actually. Andrew Feenberg, who's a noted philosopher of technology, I think he's currently at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver. He was a student of Herbert Marcuse. And he's always had a very political, I think, orientation to his work. He was in Paris in May '68 with Marcuse. and of course, California in the 60s was a center of all kinds of political radicalism. So in an article from 1992 called "Building a Global Network," he documents his own experience, an early digital course that he facilitated throughout the 80s. Thank you. So after confronting various technical and pedagogical challenges, the program was eventually successful by their own standards, with participating teachers and students testifying that they found computer conferencing to be an effective educational medium. You can imagine that the participants in the mid-'80s doing computer conferencing were already from an established elite. The course was very expensive, and the participants were mostly businessmen, politicians, and executives who couldn't afford to take long breaks from their work, but who wanted to benefit from other types of experience and knowledges gained from this sort of program. And at least one of the participants was in an intelligence position. He was stationed in a remote place in the Arabian Peninsula, and so some of the people continued to do these programs simply to take part in a virtual community because they felt otherwise isolated. So even at this early stage, I think it was 82 to 89, something like this, some common refrains about online education are present. Unlike earlier distance education programs, whose stated aim was to include those who had been marginalized by the institution, women, for instance, or low-income people, this online education initiative, and many that would follow, are consistent with the neoliberal expectation that the individual is a customer or a consumer whose individual needs should be served by the market. Education becomes about their particular needs. This was a private endeavor. It wasn't affiliated with a university or public institution. And so the course, as I mentioned, was very expensive. So Feenberg doesn't try to universalize this case, but share certain insights gained from his experience, which are still surprisingly relevant. So the internet has gone mainstream, obviously, in the time since this course was offered and since the paper was delivered in 1992. So I think it can be both easier to sympathize with some of the claims they make about virtual community, but also harder to imagine, maybe for those of us who grew up using the internet, how powerful that sense of community was. And it was largely because of that sense of communion that the participants and the teachers stuck out the course and were able to discover which techniques were successful and which were failures. Feenberg describes a practice he calls weaving as the ideal role of the professor in such learning environments. He provides introductory comments which laid out the ground rules for the discussion explicitly, follows by posing questions illustrated by specific examples. Feenberg would then steer or weave the conversation, built in a way that the participants felt comfortable speaking and participating. Just an interesting sort of etymological comment. The word cyber originally meant to steer in Greek. It's where we get the word governor. And it was something that the sort of founding theorist of cyber networks, Norbert Wiener, I believe is his name, had in mind when he coined the term cyber. So it's interesting that he chose the term steering. So one might suspect that the observations Feenberg gleaned here would be dated, as the interfaces and our relationships to these interfaces in the internet have changed dramatically in the last 2 decades. Yet Norm Friesen, who is the Canada Research Chair in e-learning, somewhere in British Columbia, I forget the university, maybe UBC, he cites weaving in his recent work on virtual classrooms, and the experience of other teachers comes to articulate the same concept even without referencing Feenberg. So I'll turn now to synchronous online before going into some of the case studies about asynchronous, because I think the contrast between the two is important, and I think it's probably the mode of teaching and learning that are the least familiar to most of us. So some of the examples that I document, I make use of Second Life, or a program similar to Second Life, where you have a e-body avatar that is controlled by the student, and also which tends to include most of these synchronous courses where they meet live, include an audio component, so you can actually speak. And on that note, actually, I'll just add two things. It's interesting, the word persona origin comes from, there was the name of a mask in Roman theater. It literally means to sound through. So the emphasis was put not on the facial expressions, but on the voice and the content of one's speech. And there are other examples of this sort of remnants of this way of thinking within the university today. Pythagoras famously taught behind a veil, so that his students would have to focus on the meaning of his discourse and not on his comportment or his body. And his students were called listeners. They were auditors, which is a term that persists. So on some level, I want to say that I don't want to focus too much on the technology, but on the nature of the relation between the students and the teachers. One of the examples that I document in the larger work that I'm drawing this talk from was Professor Brian Carter, who teaches at the University of Central Missouri. He began teaching online courses in 2005, and prior to that he incorporated online modules into his classes. Among these modules were Course Info, which is a course management software that originated at Cornell University and later merged with Blackboard in 1998. I think a lot of people are probably familiar with Blackboard. They use it in high schools as well as in colleges. And like I said, they now have a corporate partnership with Wiley, who is a big academic publisher, and so they have all ways of encouraging students to use Blackboard and then purchase their textbooks, often electronically, which undercuts the secondary market for used textbooks, which is an interesting and unforeseen by, I think, administrators, or at least by students who take these kinds of courses. So Carter, at this point, was engaged in asynchronous or blended uses of these technologies, but he created what he calls a virtual Harlem long before the launch of Second Life. It was a very similar sort of an interface, taking advantage of sort of gaming technologies. He continued to use virtual Harlem in his African American and American literature courses, face-to-face courses. The current site of virtual Harlem, which is now in Second Life, has evolved greatly, and it's made up of over 10 square blocks consisting of 3 islands. The first was funded by the National Black Programming Consortia. The second is an expansion of the original simulation. And the third was created in 2004 when Professor Carter was at the University of Paris as a visiting professor. And they invited him to be a project leader in the development of what they call Virtual Montmartre, which is the third island. So Virtual Montmartre includes discussions of the 18th arrondissement in Paris, where jazz was introduced to the French by black U.S. troops fighting under the French flag during World War I, because they weren't allowed to fight under the U.S. flag. It wasn't until after World War II that by executive order, Truman integrated the armed forces. So I mention all these details because it's relevant to what he's teaching and the way in which he designed the course. Now, virtual Harlem isn't used just for classes. Anybody who signs up for Second Life can go and explore. And the students and other visitors actually contribute to building up the environment, which is based on archival and historical photographs, plans, etc., so that when exploring the environment, it gives you a little more of a sense of the space and the geography of the terrain. They visit various clubs and they design assignments that make it take advantage of these features. I've also seen other courses which used a similar model for trench warfare in World War I, and it might be hard to believe, but it actually does really add something, especially if you're used to gaming. There's something about being able to navigate a 3D environment that is relatively accurate in terms of its geography that adds something to it, or it augments the readings that one would be doing otherwise. So, like Andrew Feenberg, Carter concurs that the role of the professor must shift from the traditional role as the center of knowledge in the learning environment, so that, again, the transmission model, and instead act as a guide, mentor, or steering the interactions, all roles that he contends are pretty much the same. He continues that rote information can be obtained from so many different sources now that we guide students on how to incorporate that info they access into usable projects and help them contextualize it within our course content. So this is, again, consistent with those early experiments in online learning. However, the environments have changed in ways that make it easier to see how the role of the professor is appropriate. But again, this type of pedagogy is not a new innovation. In addition to class meetings, students make use of other online tools, for instance, Moodle, as we have at the university here. So again, there's a certain bleed between the different techniques even within this taxonomy. So I'm going to now turn to examples that are more asynchronous in nature. Another of my case studies was Professor Kristen Scott, who, while a PhD candidate in cultural studies at George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia, taught a cybercultures class at New Century College, which combined traditional face-to-face meetings with online meetings using her website as a wiki hosted on PBWorks. PBWorks is it's a proprietary service, but for nonprofits, including universities, you can get free access. Unlike some other, like say WordPress or something, the PBWorks site is restricted, so only people who are given access can view it. I think one of the benefits of something like PBWorks as opposed to Moodle is that the university can't claim any sort of ownership over the things you put there. So if that's something you're worried about, I think that's an important consideration. And as I said earlier, I alluded to FERPA. I don't know if everyone knows about FERPA. It's the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act of 1974. Other countries have analogous legislation. So it restricts what information about a student can be made public. So unless a student specifically gives you permission otherwise, as an administrator, you couldn't release any information about that student. For instance, if someone were to call and ask to confirm that somebody is registered at the institution, you cannot release that information. So in order to use these sorts of services that are not hosted by the university and still be FERPA compliant, you need something like PBWorks where it's restricted access. Professor Scott posted on her website the course description on the PBWorks site, course description and schedule, a link to the wiki, information about Second Life, which she incorporated as a module of her course, and a link to the course blog. I detailed the various ways in which she developed practices that suit her material and help the students get the most out of the experience. She details the expectations of taking part in a hybrid online course, including spending time each week in the designated virtual environment, engaging with groups. So often you have to emphasize the collaborative projects and collective nature. But, So that was a blended course, but other professors that I shadowed, including Doug Tewksbury, used PBWorks for a wholly online asynchronous course. Tewksbury is an assistant professor in communication at Niagara University, and unlike Scott, he used the wiki for everything. He taught a summer course with quite a small group of only 7 students, and he set up the wiki in a very similar way to Scott's, but with more pages and more navigation. Workspaces, lessons, syllabus, readings, getting to know you, which is like a place where students would post a bio. The sandbox, which is a group wiki for collaborative projects. Like Scott and Carter, the subject matter is appropriate for a course in online environment, cyber cultures, African American studies, etc. It's very tailored to the nature of the course. The course description notes that this was a course about information and that's designed to teach effective writing for digital environments. So again, the actual activities were very relevant to the goals of the course. Tewksbury also used the same format to augment his face-to-face courses. For instance, teaching a course called Communicating for Social Justice. It was a first-year seminar for communication majors and minors designed to orient students within the field. In the seminar that I observed, the courses met in a face-to-face setting at Niagara 3 times a week for 1 hour. In part because of the nature of the class and in part because of the short face-to-face meetings, PBWorks Wiki opened up the potential for more in-depth conversations and sharing of resources. In addition to using the wiki in this way, Tewksbury experimented with what he called a wiki class, a hybrid approach where there were 5 dates during the semester where they would meet online instead of in their traditional face-to-face setting. So interestingly, given the nature of the course, computers and cell phones were disallowed during the face-to-face meetings. Compared with his writing for the web course, this class had a relatively high enrollment of 35. The wiki itself included sections with his PowerPoints from class and an exam question bank to prepare for exams. So I'm running out of time. So there are other interesting possibilities for the blended course. When I was an administrator at the State University of New York in Purchase, New York, I witnessed the creation of the Collaborative Online Learning Center, COIL, which is one of these endeavors that I mentioned earlier that wouldn't have been possible without high-speed broadband access. The course was designed for to bring together 2 different face-to-face groups in different countries. So there would be one class in New York that would meet at its regular time, and another class in Tehran or Cairo or Berlin or Istanbul or wherever else they had their meetings, and then periodically throughout the semester the classes would meet, which sometimes presents problems because of the time zone difference. But many of these courses initially were designed around digital design and video editing. The professor who started the program, John Rubin, came up with the idea after coming back from a year as a Fulbright scholar working with the Belarusian University in Exile, which was somewhere in the Baltic region. And he wanted to continue these relationships and realized that with broadband he could do video production and editing in a way that he couldn't. And since then the program has become part of SUNY Central and has expanded to offerings throughout the whole SUNY system. This for me was a really interesting example because it provided students who couldn't afford to study abroad, which was my role at the university. I ran study abroad programs, to have arguably genuine international experience. And for the students who did have access to debt funding or otherwise could afford to go abroad, several students who took these courses then became interested in visiting a part of the world that they wouldn't have been interested in otherwise, such as going on a program in Turkey, whereas most students just want to go to London or Sydney or wherever. So I think I'll use what remaining time I have to conclude. Oh yeah, I have some photos of virtual Harlem here. And this was Cscla's PB Works. So it's a pretty straightforward, bare bones approach. I think it would be familiar to anyone who's used wikis or Moodle before. Okay, so some of the tools that I found useful, Bitly, which is a link shortening program, so you don't always have to share huge links. You could give it your own name, so it can be like Bitly/bleeding institutions instead of some complicated thing, and that way you can just tell it to people without having to read a long string of characters. Of course, wikis, Wikipedia being the most famous, but it really refers to a technology which is open and in which anyone can make edits, which is an interesting example of a type of collective intelligence enabled by the internet and is a useful way of creating assignments that are collaborative and that don't stress the one-to-one model of most online courses. Of course, there's WordPress and other free blogging platforms, although those can only be used for assignments that wouldn't violate FERPA, as I said, so no identifying information. Flash Meeting, which I first used in professional settings, but have been used in various educational contexts. It basically lets you have a big group conference where you can see everyone's face on the screen, and only one person can talk at a time. So it's a way of using Skype to have a multiple face and audio session without it being really complicated. It's almost hyper real because you can see everyone's face exactly the same. And PB Works, of course, which, as I mentioned, if you're a nonprofit and educator, is free. So I think the benefits to the administration are pretty obvious. Cost cutting, circumventing collective agreements, although that was more true in Canada than here because there are lots fewer unions in this country. And as I explained, the automation of academic labor in various ways. The benefit to us, we can arguably challenge the monopoly on accreditation, which you've seen in various endeavors to create alternate institutions, whether it's potentially the institution that, Micah, would you say they were called again? Your partner that's going to be presenting later this afternoon? So that might be one example. There's the Open Badges initiative by Mozilla, basically arguing that because these institutions have a stranglehold on accreditation, circumventing that, or at least challenging that, might open a site of resistance within the university itself. So I would argue that the flipped MOOC courses are the biggest threat that we have to worry about as progressive thinkers within the institution. Again, because they quite obviously circumvent collective agreements and put undue amount of strain on the people who have to facilitate these courses. I had a friend who, throughout most of the course, would have to just basically play monitor on a message board, and then for a 2-week period would have 200 papers to grade, which is insane, and would never happen under a collective agreement. And just as worryingly, a lot of ABD and fresh PhDs are recruited to teach through these online universities, often for low pay. So this ties into also the perhaps oversaturation of the market in a really predatory way. I think that's it. I guess I'll conclude. I read something interesting in Harper's this morning. The average rating for promptness in returning student work out of 5 received by an online course instructor believed to be male, 4.4 out of 5. By an instructor who returns student work at the same time and is believed to be female, 3.5. And so I mentioned that just to, again, emphasize the role of in which our pre-existing structures of society and social identity persist in online. There was a lot of rhetoric in the 90s that somehow the web would be a blank slate or a neutral slate, but as many scholars like Lisa Nakamura and others have demonstrated, race and gender biases persist even in the neutral space of the internet. And so as such, there's that bleed between real life and the internet, especially as our internet personas become more a part of the way we navigate the physical world. So I think rather than just ignore these developments, it's important that we think critically about the way we present ourselves and the possibilities opened up by virtual space. I'll end it there. Thank you.
Presentation, I apologize to everybody for the reason why I'm sitting back here. There's I want to say, as somebody who would be currently educated by the students about, as we were doing now, these alternatives that it has learned. I want to, I mean, there are many things that I wanted to talk about, but I guess the most important one, I'm really sorry, is a link up between the question of Pythagoras behind the veil, the class that met 3 times a week for 1 hour, and what takes place when one is on audio versus what takes place when one is on audio visual. And Jean Lafranche, the great French psychoanalyst, taught me many years ago in Paris when I was translating that 90% of all hallucinations are oral, A-U-R-A-L. And you can see this immediately. It's a little paper that I wanted to write for many years now, called on cell phone regression, in terms of in terms of what happens when people pick up a call on a cell phone. Regression, not in the sense of stable regression, like oral infantile general and stables, but regression from the perception of one's outer environment. First 2 things that people do when they pick up a cell phone are they look down, and their voice goes up a certain number of decibels because they're transported into a different space. And that's why I call them cell phones these devices. And I guess my question in a certain sense is, and I've learned this through 15 years now of participating in exams, PhD defenses, meetings where people are in different time zones. One person's in California, some people here, some people in Amsterdam, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the default value of desire on the part of the student or the candidate, always wanting to have as much A, B input as possible, and but not much avail, try to convince students before these events that in fact audio alone is more concentrating and more powerful than audio visual, because audio visual becomes distracting It gives too much in certain kinds of situations, and I want to kind of, and I really I have noticed this. People are addicted, to having more sensory input, but sometimes less sensory input, as in Pythagoras behind the veil, allows people in the different places to concentrate more and differently. And for example, I want to link this up with the question of transfers and the relationship between people who are studying and learning together, and the relationship that I call at one point define transference as the communication between two unconsciousness with no mediation of conflict whatsoever. Yeah. No, we have time. But I'm trying to formulate something important, and that is to say, for example, people conduct psychoanalysis with a telephone.
Mm-hmm.
I could not want to participate or would never participate in a psychoanalytic session where there was AD, because the whole point of analysis is to circumvent the imaginary to allow the symbolic to occur. And I want to know, and even the Pentagon has realized, they probably already knew it, that they're doing away with PowerPoint, they're doing away with a lot of these things because on the screen is a kind of tune-out mechanism, not like enhancing tune-in mechanism. And so your example of the people who met 3 times a week regularly, in addition to their AV electronic meetings, reminded me immediately of what in Europe counts as the time of a full-scale analysis, which is 3 times per week per hour. And I am asking you to help me reflect on the way in which one can and cannot facilitate interactions which are not merely talking to the wall or the wall listening by electronic means, and whether they always should be audio-visual or whether sometimes audio alone isn't itself an experiment in enhancement of attention. And I forget the long question, but the answer is the
All right, a few things. You made me think of Deleuze talking about replacing the analyst with a tape recorder. I wonder, but we could talk about that later. I guess to start, I think we could all talk about what we think the ideal situation is for learning, but
I don't think there is one.
But sure, but I mean, what I'm trying to get away from is we often invoke a certain type of ideal by which we evaluate these other modes of communication. So, and that I think often, especially in the humanities, is a kind of, the seminar. And I was lucky enough to go to a small liberal arts college where my experience was, 8 to 16 people around a table talking about the great works of philosophy. But most students don't have that experience, especially at big research universities, where a lot of the faculty don't necessarily care about teaching at all, let alone well, and where half the courses are already taught by overworked and underpaid adjuncts. I think we have to proceed from the reality and then think about how we can work within that. So the reason why I showed the image of the lecture hall is that's much closer to most students' experience than my experience, or maybe many of our experiences as undergrads, which is to say they're already in front of screens. So to focus on the screen as the inauthentic element, I think, is to ignore the fact that students are already in front of a screen. And even if they weren't, there's all sorts of ways in which we can be distracted in a face-to-face lecture hall. Anyway, but I think something you hit on, the idea that reducing sensory experience enhances our attention. to it. This is why Pierre Schaeffer, the French composer and creator of musique concrète, took the term acousmatic from Pythagoras, and he uses that to formulate what he calls a practice of reduced listening, as opposed to direct listening. When you're in a concert hall and you can see all the instruments, you have a different imaginary construct of what you're hearing, because you're seeing things that you identify as the source or cause of the sound. When we listen to a record or listen to sounds that we can't identify the cause of, and we're only listening, or artists who insist on playing in a dark room or whatever, the idea is you're experiencing the sound and the physicality of the sound as well as the content of the sound with greater attention. And I think that could be equally true for listening to a lecture, but again, the problem now becomes you can have an asynchronous course. I think a lot of people have taken courses like this, or you can imagine, where I'm doing a course right now actually through the Berklee School of Music, and each week you get a video lecture, and then you watch the lecture, and then there's all these other components. And it could be, you could argue that maybe just the sound would be better than the video. But the reason why I emphasize the idea of the persona is the use of sound in the synchronous environment. And the difference there is there's an opportunity for not just one-to-many speech. And so it's closer to the experience of the lecture hall, because, so for instance, Brian Carter and his course, they would meet in a fake lecture room in Second Life before going out and doing whatever it is they do that class, and he would lecture. Now the students don't necessarily have to use speech; they can communicate with text as well, but it gives them a forum for interacting live. They could also talk to one another through text while he's speaking. You can use PowerPoints and PDFs within the world or on elsewhere on your computer, and so I just wanted to sort of foreground that contrast between the live use of sound and the pre-recorded sound. Again, emphasizing the collaboration and sort of breaking the one-to-many broadcasting model, because using the video, it sort of presupposes, again, the sort of transmission model. It doesn't create a space to talk back.
So that, if I understand correctly, the speaker in the lecture situation where the people in the auditory are interacting with each other would almost be like dance music, in which everybody is together in the same medium, or like extra diegetic music in a film, not the message, but be part of the medium or the setting or the situation, as one would say, for acts of sharing to take place. This is a question. I mean, because what you just said was fascinating. This idea of a lecturer as though the people who are in the room with the lecturer as the ambiente, would be like bodies interacting not by speaking, but moving together in a medium that was created, say, by the beats of electronic music.
Okay.
You see what I mean? Is that where you're going? Where he's going, or is it part of that?
I mean, yeah, that's interesting, and it speaks to the sort of collaborative aspect that I see in those kind of projects. Although, I mean, there are ways of fostering that in all kinds of environments, but I guess that would be one way of thinking about the constructing the environment. So the students might have a project where they they'll expand in the space, or like create the interior of like a club where like Billie Holiday sang or something, right? And like that'll be their project. And then so once they create that collaboratively, working together, it persists in the environment so that other people, and that's something that really appealed to me about this as well. I mean, I don't mean to like valorize Second Life. I think it's actually quite silly, but I think Second Life, this particular software, but there were certain uses of it that I found really interesting, and that was one that they were creating something that a work that would endure beyond their participation in the space,
Sure.
which creates a sense of history for the people who take courses later. They see the fruits of the people who came before them's labor, which you don't get in just a Moodle. It's a new Moodle, it's a blank space. But in Second Life, there's like in the real space, there's something that people before us have created, and that's, I think,
Is there a genealogy between these kind of things that anybody has thought about, whether in terms of developers or people like those participants, and curious of the relationship between this and, if you will, the post-war convention of the happening. I mean, I'm thinking of Linkin Park in Brazil, Fluxus, Yoko Ono, Namjoon Pike, Robert
Boys.
Morris, Joseph Boys.
sure.
Things taking place between Tokyo, Montana, and the people who participated in those events, they're not necessarily being documented record, but there was what came away was a set of acts of witnessing that were, none of which were coherent, but which came from different kinds of places, which was moving more into the situationist direction. Yes.
Yeah, I hadn't thought much about the happening, although as it happens, my introduction to Second Life was at a show at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. I forget the name of the artist right now. Lynn. No.
Was it Funny Roger?
No. I think her name. Anyway, it was part of a show about participatory art, which included Fluxus, and Yoko Ono's cut piece was there, or like documentation of it. And in any case, so in the sort of more recent work, she had a Second Life terminal where she created a museum of all of her gallery and museum exhibitions in one place. So you would go from room to room, and it would be different shows that she had done, replicated. And that was the first time I had seen or used Second Life. I think this was 2007, maybe. And that's a sort of archival use of Second Life, which is interesting. I've seen other artists use it, or other types of virtual space or digital mediation for something maybe closer to what you describe, like a digital flash mob, I guess. And they're all, and I mean, you can imagine that the distributed denial of service attacks by Anonymous are only a step away from that kind of thinking, except with a very different purpose, instrumentalized in a way. But I guess just one thing that I go into more in the paper. What's interesting about Second Life also is not only do you not have to speak, but you don't have to represent yourself as the gender that you identify in the real world. You don't even have to have a humanoid body. There were some people who were like weasels or like aliens, or and a lot of the reflections that the students made about the course had to do with their experience of living as as presenting as a different gender, and how it colored their experience. One of the guys who used a female avatar said, if this is what it's like in the real world, then I'm sorry, I'm a dude. And he was like, it actually made him reflect on gender, and of course these courses were designed to make them think about race and gender, and presenting themselves in a virtual space. So there's no guarantee that a language course or history course or something would have the same effect, but the fact that it facilitated that sort of critical reflection, I think, is really interesting.
A couple anecdotal things and then a question for all of you. Like the first thing is I taught this online class and they demanded that I give them an action shot of myself. And
That's like your profile picture or something?
as my profile picture, and I
Is that
gagged
like
and died.
images?
No, it was just like, show you out and about. And I was, what does that mean?
It's
I
very
mean,
stupid.
yeah, it's very stupid, and I kind of like freaked out about it, and then like tried to, and I was like, do I have to? And yeah, and then so the choices were either doing this weird kind of portraiture thing or an action shot. So I like put this like I gave them a picture of me from the Grand Canyon like 5 years before. I mean, it was really bizarre, but like the need for and also the need that like that I had to create this bio and the whole thing just felt really weird. I'm like, can't I just be Dr. Gill? Like no first name, like just take the gender out of it, take the but it wasn't allowed, and that was actually here.
That's interesting because that is something I wanted to talk about in terms of the TDOS thing that you brought up at the end, which is the opposite direction, which is I don't know how many of you know this, but people are the most stalked profession in the world.
Oh, really? More than therapists?
Yeah.
Yes, precisely because we're not in control of the transference, and you know it's happened all the time in this practice. It happens disproportionately women. And you know the idea of forcing you to put your face there so that you can be basically targeted is
Totally. And then
Well, and especially because there's plenty of documented cases about the bias towards female instructors over male instructors in grading or in whatever else. I could see why you wouldn't necessarily want to. I mean, we can't assume that it's neutral. So by forcing you to do that,
yeah, I mean, it was just really bizarre. But anyway, that's not where I wanted to go with this. But I spent like a month over winter break just trying to go through all the tools on Google and learn them and figure out if any of them were useful or not useful. And so I got kind of I haven't used it yet. I had planned on using it, but I got a little obsessed with the voice comment rating thing, and I started asking, my colleagues, do you do this? And I have a friend who does it and gives these like voice comments on papers, and I was like, let me listen to them. So I was listening to them, and I was like, I don't know. I felt like I was like falling in love, it was just like really weird. I was like hearing this tone. I can't imagine being a student and getting like the tone on top of the written word with the comments of the paper. It seemed really odd, but also potentially pedagogically useful. And so I'm wondering if any of you have had this and how you react to it differently. Okay.
a friend of ours, I think, was.
Recently, a friend asked me to go over a paper that she actually going on her graphic now, and like I got to a point where like I was like, she's in Washington and I'm here, and like ideally I would be like reading it with her and just like saying like, what's this wording? And, like it got to a point where I was like I can't continue to like construct this, like help you with this article unless I can either like spatially arrange it like in movement somehow, or like how am I going to do this online with just words? And so like I was recording comments too,
probably gonna turn this sound really creepy. Okay. Hi everybody. I'm gonna interview Anais Noni, who's part of the Institute for Advanced Studies, and just for the internet too. My name's Micah Sapp. For those who don't know, I'm an undergraduate here at the Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature Department, and yeah, so I would like to introduce her. She has affiliations with the Department of French and Italian and the moving, and she's minoring in the moving image studies, which is I think it's affiliated with SCMC and CSU. She also has a BA in Contemporary Society from the Sorbonne Nouvelle, and also an MA in Theater Studies. And what I'd like to talk about with her is 3 different institutes that she's also affiliated with that have a kind of a global reach, which are the New Technics Collective, the Institute for Research and Innovation, and Pharmacon, which I think is also associated with, I think, is that just the website? Or?
No, it's a school.
Okay, a school that's associated with this other institute called Ars Industrialis. And she also, she specifically works on emerging screen culture and media installation art, contemporary French and Francophone theater, performance and film, critical theory, digital studies, and comparative philosophy. She also does creative projects and was stage-directed an adaptation of Kosei Ufu. Their play The Crossroads, and also was a costume designer for the Sweet Moon Language, which I think was a part of the Northern Spark Festival. So yeah, that's what she's coming from. And I guess to start off, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what it is that you're working on here in terms of your dissertation. I went to your talk the other day, but I don't know if you can give a broad overview of it.
Yes, thank you, Micah. Thank you for having me in another department, which is pretty rare, so I enjoy the invitation very much. So I work on the French video art, specifically around the 1970s. Someone named Csclsa, who was very important in developing the filmic apparatus theory, decided to stop writing and devoted his entire research to experiment with video art and screen apparatus. And so I look, my dissertation takes this apparatus of video art as a place to think a broader thinking apparatus that is emerging, which is the early web experience in France, and how it's changing our relation to memory, to the imaginary. And I'm trying to define something that I call the technical imaginary, that is a response to this broader framework that doesn't really take into account the proliferation of screens in our contemporary environment.
And then that's largely your dissertation project here, right?
Yeah.
And so how does that? I'm really curious as to how that. Or maybe you can start by also telling us kind of a little bit about what Ars Industrialis is, and maybe how that either influenced you to come here and work on stuff, or the relationship between what you do at the University of Minnesota and what's going on in France.
So yeah, so the Ars Industrialis it's an association that was created in 2005 by 5 intellectuals in France. Catherine Perret was the only woman. Bernard Stiegler, George Collins, Jean-Hugues Barthélemy, and Delépine. I forgot his first name. And the intention was really to try to foreground a politic of economy that will take seriously the rise of technology and in societies of control, and really in response of societies of control, and to try to develop what they call industrial politics of spirit. So I can give. I prepared a little introduction on that. So I can because some of the concepts, as you can imagine, for intellectuals trying to build
an association. It's quite heavily conceptually driven, and yet it has given birth to very concrete tools, and I would like to show you some of the tools that they've been developing. So in 2005, they start this association. 5 years later, they write a second manifesto, and I'm going to give you just a very brief overview of the concepts that are prominent. So they take seriously this, what they call the systemic division of desire toward commodities in our contemporary capitalist society. And it's very much a response to both the cultural industry developed by the Frankfurt School and also the societies of control, mostly developed in France by Deleuze and Guattari. And so what they try to address is why is it that is doing in us this sort of instrumentalization of desire. And an instrumentalization of desire that is very much grounded in a theory of the unconscious developed by Freud, but that was taken seriously by the marketing and by marketing tools as early as the beginning of the discovery of psychoanalysis. And so they take into account the rise and the ongoing increasingly development of disposability and disinvestment as a mode of consumption. And this disposability is the total opposite of investment, which is what also is produced by a desire. And so this is drive-based economy is qualified by an addictogenetic society. Société addictogène. So it's a society that produces addiction. And that give rise to a society of carelessness, of inquiry, of dissociation. And so what they try to develop in this manifesto and in most of their activities, it's to question the notion of care as a political question. And it's what they try to do is to place that at the center of a political economy that takes desire and care seriously in order to develop a new cultural, educational, scientific, and industrial political economy capable of taking care. And so a very important book written by Bernard Stiegler, the title is Taking Care of the Youth and the Generation. So there is at stake the fact that this society of disposable people and disposable driven-based commodities lead to less and less care. And so to respond to that state that they call a state of shock, that cannot lead to discussion, cannot really lead to cohesion, cannot really lead to the being together for a better becoming of the society. In response to that, they try to develop an economy of contribution. And it's really an economy that tried to collapse the opposition between producer and consumer. And they really believe in this notion of contributors. And they take internet and the digital technologies as a way to address this state, and also they believe in internet as a space for contributors who can develop and share knowledge. And they call this space an associated milieu, which is a word taking taken from Gilbert Simondon, who is a philosopher who had a lot of influence on Deleuze, and who developed a lot of books on how a technical object has a specific mode of existence that is in relation to our modes of existence. So we are in a cohabited milieu of sharing spaces, sharing times, sharing potentialities. And so this economy of contribution is really to develop and reconstitute processes of sublimation. So to put care and desire at the center of what produces knowledge, what produces the capacity to share knowledge. And so it's really a fight, and I am using that word very seriously. It's a fight against dependence, disgust, speculative intoxication, and addiction. And so the text is digital technologies as contemporary forms of hypomnemata. So hypomnemata, it's a format, a tool, a support onto which one exteriorizes its knowledge. It can be a notebook, it can be the iPad, it can be the blackboard, and this hypomnemata that Foucault commented on very famously become mnemotechnics, technology for memory. But at the same time, this technology for memory can be creating forgetful soul, and that's very much something that comes from Plato and Derrida, where actually Derrida, in commenting on Plato, will develop this notion of pharmakon, which is both the remedy and the poison of a technical device. And so by taking this economy of contribution and looking at digital technologies, they are trying to reevaluate the impact of technologies in knowledge formation. And so they talk about pharmacological techniques that can be harmful and also beneficial, but they cannot be beneficial without a technique of care and also technique of the self in the line of Foucault. Without those techniques, it cannot not be toxic. And so the toxicity of our contemporary proliferating technological world, it's explained through the decrease of techniques of care. And so this economy of contribution really want to be thought as a system of care that consists in establishing ways of life that know how to deal with such pharmacological potential. And I can stop here.
This is good, yeah. I had a couple questions about three things that you brought up, and just for the sake of the fact that we're broadcasting this on the internet, I'm gonna try to keep it really general and just to what you're saying. But I was wondering if you could comment on, I guess what you mean by technique first. I'm interested in this concept. I think I have an idea of it, but if you could elaborate it a little bit, because I'd like to ask a question about what it is about the technique of desire that's not developed, or sorry, the technique of care that's not developed in capitalist economy that we're in now, and how that works with the systematic division of desire. Like in what way maybe there was or can be a technique of desire, technique of care that is or was maybe involved in desire that is no longer or being shifted somehow.
So that's a very complex question.
Sorry.
The first one is a distinction between technology and technique that doesn't have the same definition in German, in French, and in English context. So by techniques, it both includes the techniques that are required to use a tool or a device, and also the device itself. So there is no distinction between a tool and what it imposes on us for us to use it, and what we imposes on it for us to use it for one means or specific means. So it's distinct from technologies, that because technology usually only define the technological tools. So that's the contemporary definition of it. Logos, techne and logos was and has been for a very long time in the continental tradition in opposition. And that's thanks to Plato, is a fight for a non-oppositional and a compositional way of thinking about our relation to techne and technology. Yeah, I mean, this is concerning the economy of care. It's simply we don't want to say that there is something that was before that is no longer here. Techniques of enslavement have been always in place, but what they are interested in looking at is how some digital technologies are raising up new questions, new potentialities, and also how can we also take it as a revolution, because it's a technological and global revolution. The printing was a revolution, the wheel was a revolution, the global proliferation of technological tools is a revolution. So taking this revolution seriously, to counteract with this pharmacological component that is very much toxic in the way that the capitalist structure of society is using it. So an economy of care is one argument that Bernard Stiegler has, is that a very important aspect of the evolution of psychic or noetic soul is a transitional object, like in Winnicott. And one example can be the fact that now this transitional object that is very important in having the child going carrying independence with its relative, substituted relative or not actually, is taken by the marketing as a fetish of commodity. So you see the kid willing to have this and this and that, and there is a process that is shifting, because it's because you can buy it to your kid that your kid will love you back. There is this. It's a very simplistic diagram that I'm drawing, but it's just to tell you that there is some deterritorialization going on, and the transitional object is just a very good way to look at this transferal of energy going on. Don't know if I make sense.
No, that makes sense. And then, so yeah, a question following that would be, I read the 2010 Ars Manifesto last night, and I think you mentioned it too. This idea that I mean, I have a quote here too, but maybe I'll skip it. But had to do with this model of the open source, you know, internet as being this something that is you can contribute to, and I'm just wondering, how does it? I mean, it's in the manifesto. It said a lot of things trying to get away from a specific kind of Marxist distinction, And is the main distinction to be made that, you know, when we're talking about taking over the means of production or something like this, the difference would be that care, this like, you know, and that's even in the original, and like oikos, I think Carl Schmitt makes this point too, like oikos originally has to do with, you know, home care and taking care of the home, but like I think it even means like the actual work to be done or something like this. But is that it's not just taking over the means of production, it also is going to include like this new approach to building a society that's a contributive economy involves this lacking component?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like it's related to the question before, but I may try to explain myself a little more precisely. There is obviously a critique of Marxism, but that relies on the fact that to Csclsa, what Marx didn't get is that it's not this freedom at the end that is capitalistic. It's to Csclsa, capitalism, by targeting desire and investment and this transgenerational lineage, is killing itself. It's not because of the increasing toxicity of the system, and because most of the people are just not happy in it and not developing any desire in continuing in this type of system. This is what Csclsa places as the core of the question, desire as the core of the question of Marxism, and that's something that can be speculatively addressed from the point of view of the open source. I think that and Cscla's work has been always and from the very beginning a question addressing technological tools, and in seeing the rise, it was he witnesses being too old to get it, and yet not old enough to not jump on the opportunities that digital technologies address for philosophy. So in looking at that, in looking at it as a revolution, to him it's an industrial revolution that has led to that type of capitalist state, but the technology engaged are digital. And when he talks about attention, when he talks about disenchantment, when he talks about symbolic misery, when he talks about the disaffected individual, it's something that targets this type of tools. Not that there was an before that was working better, but he sees it as an opportunity to counteract and to fight back.
So I guess one of the things I was really interested about ours when I first looked at the website, and also about some other work I was looking at, but what is I feel like there's a project too that concerns building, like and designing. Yeah. So I'm wondering, like, if you could talk about what it is that ours, like, what is the design like process of like thinking about new models of economy, like what are the platforms used to like think about these things and construct them?
So I'm going to so Ars Industrialis was created in 2005. It was so Csclsa was working at IRCAM, which is a place to work with digital and any type of tools in relation to music. And then he created his own Institute for Research and Innovation that is hosted by Pompidou, but it's hosted because no, I'm not going to say that. And so that's where they work with engineers, and that's where they work with politicians, engineers, intellectuals, artists, to create different tools. One of them is a polemic tweet. I will talk about it a little bit later. And so, like metadata composer, right now they have an important research program aiming at looking at how composition is created. I'm saying that because there are people in music here, so I'm just launching something. And they are doing a lot of different things with the French government, different governments. So that's like the most official facade of Ars Industrialis. They have a very interesting, so I can talk about polemic tweet. It was created like a few years ago, and it's they are not satisfied by the social networks in general, but for instance, they saw in Twitter a great opportunity, and they wanted to just see what it could be if we start to use it in critical settings such as conferences and classrooms and seminars. And so now each time that we have events, everybody can be on their polemic tweet and just counteract on live with what it is said, and that will draw maps of I'm just trying to show you, but I don't know if I'm still connected actually.
It makes maps.
I'm continuing. So another platform is Digital Studies, and we are like in collaboration with a couple of people in Ireland, Ecuador, United States, Canada, Japan. I mean, you can read. And the idea is really to work on publication, conferences, and to develop education toward digital and the digital study. So Frédéric Kaplan is the one who talks about linguistic capitalism. He's a very interesting guy that is in Switzerland, and Warren Sack is Santa Barbara, California.
Santa Barbara.
Yeah. And so, for instance, if you look at this video, you can annotate in time. So you, let's say I want to annotate the first 5 minutes and say this is Bernard's presentation. So I'm going to write my name and I'm going to say, Bernard, you are wrong. Warren is working in Ecuador today and whatever. And so I can annotate, but it means that each person that will look at the video in the coming months and stuff will see all the annotation in time to work together on what are the moments that troubles us, what are the moments that like we kind of converge in saying this is what is at stake in this talk, or I want to know more about that, and I see that there are a lot of people who want to know more about that, it hasn't been written, or it's just part of a knowledge that we don't know about, and see maybe if there is a specialist we can contact. So that's, so far I talked about Ars Industrialis, IRI, Digital Studies Network, and Pharmacon. So Pharmacon is a school of philosophy that Bernard created like 5 years ago, and it's a very absolutely wonderful place. So most of the time we have there are classes online and there are seminars online. So the classes online is usually Bernard talking to a classroom in France that is situated in the middle of nowhere in a small village, and so it's basically to decentralize. He really believes that in the territory you can do a lot by just where you work, and so it's I think, a very interesting aspect of his work, because it doesn't believe that digital is just everywhere or nowhere. It's also as a component very specific, and so he really works there with workers, teenagers, any type of people who want actually to come. And then there is a seminar. In the seminar we started, we were 12, and I was the only French, and I was not even in France, so that was to tell you that Bernard Stiegler is not so popular in the university system in France, or he was not at that time, depending on which network. And so we meet, and what it is that Bernard Stiegler sent us what he's working on, and then he gives us a lecture, and then we polemic, and we tell him that is not rigorous, or that we don't understand, or that we want more, or that is something he has already said, or something like that. I'm showing you these pictures because most of the time at the end of the summer we'll all meet. It started like, it's actually at his house. It's a beautiful house, like the house you can think of a French philosopher. This is exactly there is a birds, and it's like in an old mill. Beautiful. Anyway, we are 80 up to 100, tents everywhere, gathering for 4 days. Basically, it's 18 hours of conference each day and night. And just to give you an idea of who are these guys, so here it's a colleague of mine is based in Montreal and is the co-founder of the Noé-Technique Collective. I'm going to talk a little bit about it. This is Christian Forêt, very interesting engineer that also writes philosophy, and is a quite fantastic writer. Frank Cornelius is a professor in Bordeaux. Dan Mélanphy is one of the translators of Gilbert Simondon. That's Arnaud de Boer, who is based in California, also worked a lot on Simondon and Bernard Stiegler. I don't know this person. That's Bernard Stiegler. That is someone who graduated with Bernard Stiegler at the Université Technologique de Compiègne. That's the one who does all the technological and digital work for Bernard. Tania Espinosa, she has written on ontology and hunting in Lacan. She graduated from Cambridge. So a lot of Riccardo Baltisone is based in London. Then Nandita Mélanphy, she's also the co-translator of Gilbert Simondon. And a lot of people. I'm saying that because it's very much about, like, when you spend 5 days, day and night, and 5 years working with these people, it's more like a teamwork of just people I love and I miss very much here sometimes. So we co-founded with some of the students the Noé-Technique Collective, and we had our first event at Kent, and some of the video you can see online from the keynotes we had. So we had Antoinette Rouvroy, who is someone who works on algorithmic governmentality. Cornelius Bork, who works on the mind imaging and the relation to knowledge formation. Francesco Vitale, who is a fantastic Derridian scholar, who just got a position in Italy, and he works on suicide, cell suicide in Derrida. He was a Derrida student for many, many years. Maurizio Lazzarato. I'm kind of, I want to show you because Maurizio talking in English. Have you seen that before? Oh, there is no sound. Yes.
Oh, yeah, there won't be.
No.
No, sorry. Yeah.
So basically it tells the audience that his English doesn't exist. And then he go on for an hour and a half, and it's very hard. And John Moit, as you may know, Patrick Crogran, specialist of drones, and many people that I'm happy to share any type of information about if it's of interest.
We're kind of running out of time because I have this next group. They're probably sitting online waiting for me to say something. But
okay.
So I just had a question. As far as like ours goes, because this next group is going to be representing an online institution that you can apply to and be a part of. So what it like getting involved in ours, does that go beyond like in case anyone's interested here? Does that go beyond submitting call for papers to things like the seminars that or being a part of the institute research of research and innovation? Or
so basically now what?
No, yeah, it's okay.
Go ahead.
No, that yeah, go ahead. Say. I just was responding. I said you said no, and I said okay.
Oh, it's so. What is your question? Sorry.
Well, if that answers it. So.
It's just that there is no. It's just it's growing. It's a growing network. It's not inclusive or exclusive. It's whoever wants to be involved, just contact the person on the website, and within 24 hours you will have a response, because this is how we all work. There is no. The only thing that's difficult for us is that most of the time Bernard Stiegler speaking French for his seminar. So if you really want to follow like the cutting edge of his weird ideas, and this is will need to be in French. Otherwise, all the speakers are bilingual, and we invite anarchists, hackers, intellectuals, artists, professors, non-professors, whoever wants to come. You don't have to have an affiliation. You don't have to have. The thing is, within 2 weeks now, the spots are full, and we wish we could do more, but it's 100% in the middle of nowhere, and most of the people who cooks are just wives. That's another point I can talk about. Women, yeah.
One question. Yeah. Can you give us, for those of us who can't see, the web address so that if we want to watch will it be broadcast?
Yeah. So you can go on YouTube.
Okay.
I can write it down. I can give it to you in a second too.
Whatever. Yeah.
Does anyone have a question for Anais that's not just a practical one? Or?
That's now.
You can take one question, yeah, I guess. I have enough time.
I have a question. I don't know much about Stiegler's work. I mean, I've read but I'm curious about the discourse of care, the economy of care, is that what it is? How, I mean, when I think of care and I think of discourses of care, I just think of self-help. And I think of the ways in which self-help have been integrated into helping individual workers and corporations be better workers and be more like resolved to their positions in a capitalist system. So I mean, when I hear that type of rhetoric, I just wonder how. I mean, maybe that's just a task for thinking through what care means to try to distinguish those things out. But it just seems to me to sort of just blend into one another. Like, how do I distinguish between this type of self-help rhetoric, which is so fully, integrated into the capitalist system?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's very much like the type of. Are you going to see someone because you need to be coached to better adapt yourself to the system, or do you care for yourself and for others, and so you really counteract any type of things that are needed from you, asked from you, and really try to build meaningful things. And it's really hard for me to translate. Some of the concepts are not really translated in his work, but there is something about the savoir, which is knowledge, but also mean tasteful. And tasteful, what makes the life be tasteful.
Yeah.
And actually, he has, I will say, like, out of all this book, and he has written quite a lot, I will read Acting Out, which is a very small book that he has written about his experience in jail, because he messed up somehow at some point in his early life to take 5 years, and that's how he started to write, and he cared to survive somehow, of himself. It's not like survive, like, like to better adapt yourself. I need to survive in this society, but survive from your own drive that are really like death and life. Like it's so this caring thing. It's more like, it's not behavioral. It's not adaptation. Actually, he thinks that adaptation, the counteract should be adoption, in the sense of like really embracing. But that's a very, very good question. That's at the center, because we cannot coach. Coach is not caring, you know. Coach is like, it's short. That's what he calls short circuit. It's not a long-term investment. Care, it's a long-term investment. Yeah. Yeah.
It's the French prendre soin.
Oui, prendre soin de la jeunesse et des générations.
So I assume that in relation to the last question, there is a reference, knowing that now from you, to Sorge in Heidegger and the question of Dasein's fundamental mode of being.
I mean, Heidegger is one of the figures that Bernard constantly responds to, and yet he also knows the history that like everybody knows, and so one of his questions is that how can a mentor, a figure like that, how can this figure that is also his own mentor felt? And so this is also at the age of cutting edge of his own fight for responding to questions raised by the contemporary situation.
I think I have to cut it off there, but thank you, Anais. It's been really nice.
Thanks.
I wish we could talk longer, but I have a lot of questions. Can you hit it?
right away, or you?
That's kind of up in the air, I guess, at this point. It's kind of dependent on where I felt I was at at completing this degree, and if I felt as if I wanted to go right into grad school, or if I felt as if I needed to work a little bit and just like be more on my feet, I guess, be a real person.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
he knows that too.
and it's just that music is a small field. Once you put your stuff out there to most of the programs, they'll they know who you are.
Sure.
So it's it's not a very anonymous process.
Yeah.
And it's also a big commitment when you actually you're going to move and start posting. So I think it's important to have your ducks in a row and
for 43 minutes and
I watched the whole
send
thing
out the
and
great
it's like, it was,
I commit yourself to but with the BA in music and with the CSC that's already a huge operation. I mean, I don't know how much music history or music culture is. You've had even the standard
Yeah, sure. There's the music society and cultures class is the only specifically ethnomusicological class that's in the School of Music. I would say that's a core curriculum. But we have 3 semesters of music history, and that covers all the way from antiquity to 1900, and then there's a 20th century class as well. So yeah, I feel that it's a very comprehensive understanding of music history, especially the first sequence, antiquity to just about just right after the Renaissance.
And do you have a sense of movement on stuff?
I don't even know what I can hand study, I guess. Yeah, I guess
you should read on whatever you I mean, I would ask this.
Well,
Get a sense for the stuff that you hear in musicology. And ask yourself if you see yourself writing this.
Sure.
And if you, because to apply, it's good to have like a fairly strong vision of what you would want to research. And I think the best way to do that is to, because being in college classes, you already have a sense of what you teach like, but I think it's probably good to have a good sense of what the research is.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And from the Music Society and Cultures class last semester, a lot of the readings were from what I could understand. A lot of the stuff we were reading was very similar to the what am I trying to say? I feel as if the things that I'm interested in music are very applicable, and I guess I'm sure there could be a field of research that I could fall under. I guess I just haven't done the research to figure out what those territories are. Yeah, the subfields.
That's what I'm saying. It's probably the best way to approach it is experiment and just try to meet some subfields and see what they are. In the sound studies course, if you, in the spring, it would be useful because, hey, you'd be reading a new scholarship. So you can see what people are writing about who are college professors now, and then also it would be a class with graduate students, so you can see what the and be like, oh, this is the right thing to do. And I think if something started to take flight during this class, it would probably be a good indicator to what you might need.
Yeah, are the graduate students in the class, they're not just TAs, they're actually in the course?
It's a 5,000 level class, so it's a mixture between
Okay, gotcha.
He got kind of an orgo obsessed in TV, and I'm like, oh, you need to get an orgo obsessed music.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. I liked it a lot. Even though our discussion in class, I mean, half of it was pro Adorno, half of it was con Adorno.
That's how you should listen.
Yeah, he's so right and so wrong to right.
Made me kind of remind me of the one time you had a student that I I don't know, was obsessed with some kind of thing, and you kind of like made them. You said they kind of got like really upset from the discussion. They're like, oh, should I like not like this or something like that. You talking about that in class next on the.
Oh yeah, I had this student who's like, so am I a loser? And I'm like, well, we all
Oh
are.
yeah, oh that's right.
It's like,
oh yeah, cause he had some shirt. Yeah, and you're like, oh my gosh, I want to see him. But
this guy was like, should I not like whatever? I'm like, watch Teen Mom too. Like, you can like whatever you want.
yeah, it was something like that, and he got like really upset.
I don't know if I've told you this, but I actually like when I teach at Dorno, my friend Linda that lives with us, her kid Gitsy wanted to get. I told you the Nirvana thing. So Gitsy wanted to get a Nirvana T-shirt when she was like 12, and Linda's like, why do you want a Nirvana T-shirt? She's like, because I like Nirvana. Tell me all their albums, tell me your favorite songs. Why? Tell me when it came out. And Linda was just like, you can't get a Nirvana T-shirt unless you like know everything they put out, like unless you're a real fan. Like you can't just decide that you like Nirvana and be, adapt. So this ended up being this long-term discussion where I kind of came. I mean, I'm of that generation that I came down like on Linda's side, but I also think that's kind of aggressive. I kind of thought kids should be able to try Nirvana shirt. Yeah.
What a punishing thing to say.
So you think she should have your team Gitsy on this one?
And that's her
And he was like, this is so cool.
I mean, there's such a thing.
But you don't want to be a loser too. I guess it's
Well, it's like a guy who's a big
I think they're
Your child is a poser now. Get to I won't have my child.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I have no idea.
Hello?
It sounds like there's a echo feedback. I lost your sound. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I forgot that the sound system in here was on. It sounds a little funny.
Yeah, and you don't have a mixer that you can run this if you like. If you have another laptop, like Cecilia's, or
Yeah, I have the video separate from the sound to try to deal with that problem, but it's not working.
Okay, I think if you mute the microphone, so this other computer is connected to your mixer, correct? We can just type if you want in the chat box. If you look to the left.
Yeah, sorry, I still have it. I'm trying to figure.
No.
I made my first quilt. And I'm like freaking out and obsessed.
Right. Can you guys hear this audio?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll just keep the volume down, and I think this will be fine.
Yeah, it's much clearer.
It's just a weird microphone that is simultaneously. It's a speaker and a microphone.
Right.
Okay, so let's get started.
I remember, yeah, having all Yes.
Okay, hi.
Hello. Jason, your video?
Hi.
Yeah, that's and actually, yeah, but also, yeah,
it's much clearer.
Okay, that's better. Okay, I figured it out.
Good.
Okay, I have to kind of look this way because they want to see everybody in the room while. Okay, hi. I'd like to introduce for the Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature Student Association, first annual 2015 Spring Conference, the New Center for Research and Practice. And I know that we have 3 organizers, or perhaps 2 at the moment. They're going to do about 15-minute presentations each, and then we're going to have a period of questions from the audience. So, but if you guys would like to take it away, be my guest.
Sure. Can you just tell me, are we broadcast on the big screen right now?
Yes.
We are. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to do a screen share. So if it's possible to feature the Hangout that has that I'm in. There you go. Cool. Okay. So my name is Jason Adams. I'm a co-organizer of the New Center for Research and Practice, along with Tony Yannick, who's here. If you want to say hello.
Hello, how are you?
This is Tony, and also with Mohammed Salemi. I'm based in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Tony's based in Glasgow, Scotland. Mohammed Salemi's based in New York City. And basically, what our idea for the New Center Research and Practice was somewhat similar to the Global Center for Advanced Studies, which we were all involved in previously. Creston Davis and I co-founded that. We also worked really closely with Tony Yannick for a long time, and also very closely with Mohammed Salemi. And then eventually we kind of had somewhat different trajectories that we wanted to do. And basically, I mean, I guess I'll just start with, you know, the main thing is I was actually kind of interested because when I was looking at the description of this conference, there was the words beyond MOOCs, which is actually the title of an essay that I was about to write a long time ago when we were at the founding period of the Global Center. The idea there basically is that, you know, MOOCs have been subjected to a lot of critique. One of the main critiques of MOOCs has been, of course, that they're very passive, that MOOCs are that there's a very low completion rate, that you don't actually directly interact with the other faculty, with the faculty that you're working with, and that sort of thing. But more recently, a new term has come out, which is the term SPOC, small private online courses. So if you juxtapose, you know, massive open online courses to small private online courses, you have a very different type of relationship. And with Google Hangouts, which is what we used, originally with the Global Center, and what we've continued to use with the New Center for Research and Practice. Google Hangouts are, you know, they have a limit of like 15 people. So you're talking a very small number of people. It's very similar to a kind of liberal arts college, you know, seminar table type of environment, in the sense that you have only a small number of people in the actual Hangout and in each seminar. So so it is very different. And basically what our idea was with the New Center, I'm just going to screen share to kind of go through some parts of our website so you can see what I'm talking about. Just a second here. Okay. So can somebody tell me, are you seeing the New Center webpage right now?
It's good. Yes.
You are seeing that. Okay. Okay. So basically, if you go to our website, if you go to About, this kind of like sums up our basic mission statement, and this is where you'll find kind of like, you know, how we see ourselves coming into the realm of higher education and that sort of thing. Now, before I go into the mission statement, the most fundamental thing that I'll say about what kind of institution we are is that we're really not we're really not interested in trying to replace or displace existing universities. Partially because there's a lot of issues that come up around kind of the political economy of higher education, the way that these sorts of things could actually play a very negative role in terms of kind of coalescing with neoliberalism and that sort of thing. So they could play a negative role if they were represented as sort of like replacing the university. Like this is what this is what's going to be the alternative. So really, what our idea was more to be something that works with existing institutions and kind of intensifies them. So so I'll just go through the mission statement. The new Center for Research and Practice is conceived upon the idea that the space of knowledge is a laboratory for navigating the links between thought and action. So that first and foremost is saying that that we really don't want to be just simply a place where you go to study critical theory and that's it. Because that could be kind of like a MOOC if you're not connecting the research to actual writing practices or say publishing or I don't know, maybe political organizing or other things like that. Our pedagogical approach bootstraps the conventional role of the arts and sciences. So I'm actually going to turn it over just for a minute to Tony and let him ad-lib a little bit in here too. You want to go ahead, Tony?
Well, yeah, so I guess the one thing that we see ourselves in positioning ourselves in higher education is that we see ourselves always as sort of like a transitionary period in this first year. You can transition between perhaps an undergrad to grad school, if you don't know, from graduate schools to your professions or your postdocs. So we see this as a way of if you worked on an undergraduate final year thesis and you wanted to extend that out because you're trying to build your master's project, this would be, we have programs which Jason will talk about later where you can sort of build these projects with researchers who are working in the field you're trying to get into. So we see these as transitions, but also that graduate students could actually take at the same time, because we do not want, through studying with us, we say that students practice graduate level research, and this is in a way that we don't want to disrupt existing academic aspirations. We want to be a transition to where you want to go, but we want to complement them, intensify them, put them in a place where we can talk. For instance, we had global politics for the Anthropocene that connected Global North with the Global South in critical dialogue about Anthropocene research, things like this. Jason?
So, so basically, the most important part of this here is that rather than trying to replace existing institutions, we're trying to construct new forms of research and practice alongside, within, and between existing disciplines and technologies. So by using something like Google Hangouts, for example, like what's happening right here in this actual presentation is a great example of what we do. We actually started. Well, Tony, Mohammed, and I, who later went on to form the new center with a number of other people around the world, we actually had our first experience at the Incredible Machines Conference 2014, which was in Vancouver, Canada, and we brought in. It was a pretty amazing experience, and it kind of exemplified some of the things that Tony and I had already been doing with the Global Center. But took it to a kind of higher level, because it was an in-person conference, just like you guys are all sitting there in the room right now. But at the same time, we were able to bring in an absolutely massive number of like really outstanding theorists and philosophers and thinkers from around the world. We brought in Mackenzie Warwick, Alexander Galloway, I can't remember. There were just so many Nick Land, a number of really outstanding thinkers, and they were a few of them physically went to Vancouver, but partially because of these new technologies, we were able to really kind of intensify the space by having a lot more of the people that we wanted to have there virtually in Vancouver at this art gallery where the conference happened. So this is one of the benefits, I think. The other benefit of it being more of an alongside existing disciplines, technologies, and institutions is that, for example, like if we have a class with, we have upcoming one with Nick Czclsa, who wrote the Accelerationist Manifesto. So if we have a class like that and we do it online, technically speaking, as you can see from the experience that you're in right now, you could assemble a group of people in Minneapolis, you could assemble a group of people in Grand Rapids, where I am, you could assemble a group of people in Glasgow and in Berlin and maybe several other places and broadcast it on a screen like this. And every slot in the Hangout, even though it's only 15 slots that you can have maximum if you have the educational version of the app, but every single slot in the Hangout could be filled not by just one person, but by a whole room of people in the same space together. So that would mean that you could bring together groups of people in physical space together through the virtual space, and they could actually dialogue and interact with each other. To me, that would be kind of like this platform operating at its very highest level, if we could do that kind of thing. And we've gotten close to doing that several times, but I really think that the possibilities of this have not really been developed entirely yet. So there's benefits there. There's also benefits in the fact that, like for example, what we're focused on being largely critical theory and that sort of thing. A lot of times there are academics who don't really live in big cities or who don't live in places where there's a lot of that happening, and so this allows people from kind of all over the place, and regardless of whether they're in a good physical location for it or not, to still be involved intellectually. We've also had a lot of people join as members or become students at the New Center who are basically wanting to kind of keep themselves in the intellectual world before they proceed to apply for MAs, or maybe they just finished their MA and they want to take a break. They don't want to fully commit to a university, but they still want to be involved in intellectual life. And this allows them to have something on their resume for that period in which they were not actively enrolled somewhere. So it has a lot of possible functions. And then, another major function is autodidacts. People who maybe didn't go to school at all, but who are just brilliant. Actually, the person who introduced me to critical theory was my friend Joe. He had, he basically was an 8th grade dropout, but he read just vociferously, and like his room was completely filled from floor to ceiling with critical theory and philosophy and literature and stuff like that. And literally most of the people I went to grad school with were about the same level as him, and he was above quite a few of them, to be honest, just because he was such a well-read autodidact. So I think that there are a lot of people out there like that, and something like the New Center allows for a kind of breaking down of the division of kind of official academia, official intellectuality, and in more autodidactical practices like that. So that's another thing. So I'd like to, we have 2 sections left of the presentation. Mohammed Salemi was not able to make it today, but I'm sure you'll have a chance to meet him later on. You can look him up on Facebook. You can look me up on Facebook or Tony, and we'll happily add you, and that sort of thing. But basically, the 2 sections left that we have about the presentation are seminars, and then getting more into the nuts and bolts of our certificate program, and then basically how our membership structure works. So I think since I've talked for a little bit, I'm going to turn it over to Tony, and then Tony can kind of go through our upcoming seminars and kind of like what the seminars are like and that sort of thing. So Micah, if you wouldn't mind switching the presentation over to Tony.
Okay, sorry. Let me. All right, sorry about the internet effect. Is it good now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Jason. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the seminars, but the seminars are basically, we have them grouped under just a few programs. We offer programs we try to organize seminars in art and curatorial practice, critical philosophy, social and political thought, media and technology, what we call transdisciplinary research and practice, and we have a series where we're trying to host seminars based on new books, which is really a project that I think Jason will talk about just briefly. I just want to talk about the interdisciplinary nature of the seminars a bit. Each program is sort of meant to build upon and sort of curate seminars. Each season, we have season-long, which are basically which are basically a semester-long seminar of certain seminars, and each one's supposed to engage with different versions, or try to engage with different programs as much as possible. Art and Curatorial, which is led by Mohammed Salemi, is very much invested in media and technology department and social and political thought and philosophy. So there's many of his seminars that are coming out of this program that are engaging the relationship between technology and art and the future of digital media and things like this. And we have, so this is just a basic general form of the kinds of programs in which we offer seminars. And this is the list here of what we're doing this season. That's from January until May. We're offering 18 different seminars. This one here, New Rationalism, was a two-part seminar with Reza Negestani. Basically, the way that these seminars have been structured is that they run for four sessions, about 2.5 hour long seminars, and they're 1 credit long. We're 1 credit hour seminars, so you receive 1 credit if you're enrolled. And that we do offer ways of transferring and working with institutions, so you can hopefully take credit and apply it to degree programs as well when we can. And so the way that they work is that each instructor actually is able to take up the each instructor is supposed to take up the 4 sessions in any way that they want. So some deal with mostly lectures, some deal with group discussion, workshop-oriented ones, and other things. And each one is then archived, and we have, at the end of each season, a group of anywhere from last season was 32 to this season we'll have an outrageous a lot more. I'm getting a message though that we should move into some more. Jason, would you like to go back? Because
I'm sorry.
We have a question from the group. I don't know if you got it. They would like to hear more specific theoretical approaches, perhaps an example.
Some more specific theoretical approaches, like in other words, in other words, the question is, what theories are we drawing upon?
Yeah, tell a bit about. Do you mind? You can interrupt us and talk to us. We don't have to have. I don't know if it will echo too much, but
I'm just worried about the microphone echoing, but it sounds okay.
Yeah, it's just a little echoey, but it would be much more natural if we could just have if you can just interrupt us.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so if anybody has any questions, who wants to interrupt? I mean, this is largely an experiment for me, and this is really annoying. I don't really know how to use any of this stuff. And I think that the fact that it's so easy is actually kind of difficult for me. But
it is very deceptive in that way.
I think most people in the audience are kind of aware that you guys are an institute and you kind of have these classes that they're fairly cheap, you know. And then I understand that you don't have you partner with institutes to do classes and stuff. But I'm more curious about like the different divisions of like what it is y'all are working on specifically.
Okay.
Like what does it mean to be a laboratory? Like what do you have in the lab? What are you making? What are you playing with? Like biotechnology or computers?
All right. Well, we have different.
I imagine that's not the case, but I'm just wondering.
Jason.
Well, I mean, the laboratory part of it is basically referring to. I mean, I could basically say that. Okay, now we're getting the echo. If you could mute that, I can mute it actually. Okay, so so basically what I would say is distinctive about how we approach theory is that we're very focused on new research. So if you think about, like, for example, I mentioned before that we kind of came out of the Global Center for Advanced Studies. We also came out of Incredible Machines. And Global Center kind of refers to a kind of spatial, like, universality in a way. And I think that what the New Center does is really we're really very focused on new and emerging forms of thought. And one thing I can tell you from my experience in grad school and before is that, you know, I would say only a few professors really kept up on what was happening in critical theory and in thought in general. Most professors, you know, basically, you know, get a couple books out and kind of get stuck in whatever they've become invested in. I think there is a political economy of investment in particular theoretical paradigms that people kind of get trapped in many cases within traditional academia. So with the New Center, I think our idea is to really be focused on emergent thought. So rather than say like intellectual history, we would be more like intellectual futures, you could say. So pretty much everybody associated with the New Center is either beginning from some sort of like, with myself and Tony, I would say we're probably, I don't want to speak for Tony, but we're maybe a bit more Deleuzian than several of the other people who we work with. A lot of the other people we work with, however, also kind of started with a Deleuzian paradigm and then moved into, say, speculative realism, object-oriented ontology, a variety of other things like that. As for myself, basically our the seminars that we have are pretty much within those types of paradigms. And as other new forms of philosophy and thinking begin to emerge, you know, we will also be open to those, you know, somewhat selectively, of course, but but really our focus is on new thinking, new ideas, new ways of approaching thought and, you know, research and practice, essentially, I would say.
And this is really what we're talking about with laboratory, is that it's a working metaphor, and that a lot of the classes that we're doing is research that, for instance, like that they're currently engaging with, and that they're experimenting with concepts, and that they're bringing them into a space in which people can, you know, bring different perspectives to the concept, tease the concept out. Maybe they're working on a book and they're sort of finalizing their research. So it's really more of each seminar is more of an experimental process based on what the content of the seminar is and how the instructor wants to sort of drive where that content is going. So that's how we see the laboratory.
Is it okay if we go through? I just wanted to kind of explain like how we are as a membership-based institution, because we're kind of, one thing that I think is pretty unique about how we're structured is is that we're, you know, we offer seminars, but we don't really see ourselves as a school, as a university or a college or anything like that. We have absolutely no aspirations of becoming a college or a university. The main thing that we see ourselves as is more in the realm of like a research institute or something like that. Something that is you know, that is focused on research, focused on seminars and that kind of thing, but not you know, not leading to a master's degree, not leading to a PhD. We don't want to do that. However, we do think that you know, for example, that that like a certificate in, say, critical philosophy or a certificate in art and curatorial theory or something like that could go along pretty nicely with an existing master's degree or PhD. So if you go and get a degree from University of Minnesota in, you know, cultural studies or something like that, maybe you also want to show that, you know, beyond cultural studies in general, that you also have expertise specifically in social and political thought, which is the program that I run. So, you know, something like that. And kind of the idea is that we would be both membership based and certificate student seeking based. So the membership portion is really for anyone who kind of wants to be who wants to have access to all of our kind of archive seminar videos. I mean, the benefits are right here, basically. Archive seminar videos. We have a summer school that you can become part of. We have symposia and conferences. We have group research projects, and this is really kind of like where my focus is in the New Center, is in the membership area, because my main interest in the New Center is in basically research type activities, not necessarily certificates per se. But the certificates are also extremely important because that's something that could go, you know, alongside your existing degrees on your resume. And then the way the certificate program works is that you take 12 seminars, and those 12 seminars, the 11th one in most of our programs is set up to be a special project. So you do, for example, you know, in most of them, I would say it's usually a journal article, and we help you get published. I worked as the managing editor for Theory and Event for 5 years when I was in grad school, doing one of my PhDs, and so I have a lot of connections kind of in the publishing world and that kind of thing. And so the idea is that you develop an essay or article. We help you. We actually even have a writing center. And we'll all help you to get it to a point where it could be published. And so by the time you're done with the certificate, you're walking away not just with a certificate line on your resume, but also with a publication that you may not have had before, or maybe you've never had a publication, and we help you get your first one. So you don't get a master's degree out of it, but you do get you know, two pretty useful things. When I was at University of Hawaii doing my PhD in political science, they had a certificate program in international cultural studies, for example. And, you know, I almost did that. I ended up not doing it because I went to European graduate school as well, and I just ended up getting 2 PhDs, basically. But you know, looking back, I mean, that was a very attractive option, and I think for a lot of people, having something like that complements is very useful. But with membership, the membership approach, I think, is, you know, we have them priced very differently. Membership is only $100 to join as a member, and, you know, it gives you access to all seminars that we've done for the past year. It gives you access to all seminars that we're going to do for the upcoming year. You also get access to, you know, we have like an email listserv. We have research groups and a variety of things like that. And so, like, if you were a member and you clicked login, like I'm doing now, it'll automatically log you in. And wait, for some reason it didn't log me in. Oh, because I'm logged in as
Organized.
Okay. Let's see here.
I think. I mean, it's 5:10. We could just maybe they could ask if they have any questions. We can get to this in a second. I can set it up.
Okay, I've got it now.
Oh, you got it? All right.
Yeah. Okay, so I just have to re-screen share again. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so once you're logged in the back end, we have Google Classroom, which is kind of like it's kind of like Blackboard, but it's much easier to use. It's much more accessible for people to use, and you basically like click through to this one, building the commune with George Cicciariello Maher, and the stream is here. This is where students would post all kinds of things, and faculty would as well. And then the syllabus is here. And then down here are any PDFs or a link to an ebook or something like that. Here is where we have, for example, if you were a member, you could click here and go to a live seminar that's happening right at that moment. The video archive is down here, and so basically, you know, if you were wanting to look at, you know, say the first seminar meeting with George, you would just click that, and it's already embedded in here.
That there was a large segment of the population which,
you know, so it basically looks like that. And then we have our student handbooks down here. This is another important part, is the research groups, and I wanted to make sure that I took a moment just to explain how those work, which is basically what we do is we go out and we find, as I was saying before, that we're very focused on new forms of research and practice. So we basically go out and find you know, developing areas of discourse and research, and we try to locate some of the main developers of a particular area of thinking. So for example, with accelerationism, we did that, and we started working with Nick Chernyshek and Benedict Singleton, Mark Fisher. All these people are members of the research group, which we actually run just right through Facebook. And what that does is that when you're a member, then you're suddenly put directly into contact with the people who developed a particular research project. So that's the basic idea behind that, is that we have research groups, and you know, members can propose new research groups as well, and we also have Anthropocene, Diagonality, New Music, and other ones that we may develop. But that's basically membership, and then the certificate programs. Tony kind of went over the programs earlier when we were talking about seminars, so I think we can just open it up for questions at this point.
Yeah, thank you. The website looks very slick. I think we had a question, so give me just a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm curious about how you guys pay yourselves, and also, you know, if you're the faculty who teach
I'll relay in a
classes,
second.
Okay.
get paid, and also what sorts of discussions you had going into figuring out the pricing of how this works.
Somebody from the audience.
How we came up with the prices and what we get paid.
Yeah.
Maybe not what you get paid, but who gets paid. How do you determine that?
So she's wondering how you guys determine what you get paid. Like, what are the politics, and how is it structured in the sense of how you get paid? Who decides that? What sort of discussions go into?
Well, basically, that's decided by our board. One thing that we made sure to do for sure with the new center to start from the very beginning without any like idea of founders. So really, we put together an entire board all at once, as well as Tony, myself, and Mohammed as the organizing committee. And the way that we're set up is that us three, even though we played a relatively major role in getting it going, I don't want to frame it like that because I'm trying to like talk about it as being completely collective, and it is. But we basically, I guess you could say, to ensure that it would be truly collective, we set it up so that the organizing committee members are employees of the board of directors. Rather than it being like our thing, we're actually employees of the board. So so the board basically decides those things along with the organizing committee, like in dialogue with us. But we technically work for them, and basically our basic economic structure is that the cost of the seminars, half of that money goes directly to the faculty member. Sorry, not the faculty, the instructor. We don't use language like faculty or classes and things like that. We use seminars when we're talking about quote unquote classes. We use instructors when we're talking about faculty, because the reason is that we're really trying to not be a university or college. We're trying to explicitly mark ourselves away from that while still being very serious and very kind of like up to date and that kind of stuff. But yeah, basically, half the money goes directly to the instructor. I don't know if you know, if you go and look at the amount of money that goes that comes from tuition to actually go to instructors in a typical university, especially if you're talking about adjuncts. But even if you're not talking about adjuncts, it's minuscule compared to the 50% that we do. So we do that, and then the other half goes to the New Center as a whole, and then our pay comes out of the other half that goes to the New Center as a whole. So that's basically the structure, and the decisions are not made directly by us. Or the decision about how that structure works is ultimately up to the board in the end, and we set it up so that it would be that way from the very beginning.
So I asked that hoping that you guys are able to support yourselves doing this.
The person who asked the question is an adjunct, and she just was wondering if you guys could support yourself doing this because it's pretty awesome.
Oh, well, I think we would actually need, to be honest, for this to be comparable to like being an assistant professor or associate professor in terms of the income for us three, it would honestly, we would need to have grants and things like that. We don't have any grants. We're completely membership driven and student driven. And on the other hand, it's true, there's a lot less administrative overhead, but we are also working probably 80, 90 hours a week. So when you think of the amount of hours we put in, it's a lot more than it would be if we were doing it, if we were working for somebody else rather than something that we all created collectively. We'd probably be working a lot less hours. On the other hand, it's a lot more exciting because we're kind of developing the entire project, and it's kind of like a creative activity. So so there's a lot of rewards that come from it. I wouldn't say finance is one of them to any significant degree.
Well, I appreciate you guys taking the time to do this too. I know that you guys are really busy and it was kind of last minute. So.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me see if there's more questions.
think so.
Someone from the audience is suggesting that you may be idealizing the material situations of associate professors and faculty. Maybe they work really hard and don't get paid that much, or have to deal with crazy stuff. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, that thought crossed my mind for a moment when I said that. Let me just, yeah, no, I mean, I'm also a professor in addition to this, aside from the New Center. So what I mean by that is, what I mean simply is that we're doing regular teaching in addition to running the entire school. So it's just like a massive amount of work.
I'm doing my PhD.
Yeah, and Tony's doing his PhD. He's writing his dissertation, and just the number of hours that we put in. I guarantee you, anybody who tries to do something like this, that will be their number one complaint, no matter what, because because you're basically, especially as an online institution, you're kind of like constantly interactive. First of all, with each other, with the main people you work with closely. Second of all, with all of the people who you're working with as students or instructors and things like that. And the boundaries of the institution are pretty different compared to the places where I've worked as a professor. Because in those locations, yes, students will write you at 2 in the morning and things like that, but usually if they write you at 2 in the morning, they're not really expecting a response right away. Whereas with the New Center, our students are not geographically in the same place as us. So for them, 2 in the morning, like for 2 in the morning for me might be for them, 10 a.m. And therefore, there is a little bit more pressure, I would say, to respond relatively quickly, because for them that's sort of prime time. Whereas like if you're all in the same physical space in Minneapolis or in New York City or Glasgow or something like that, you kind of know that it doesn't really make sense for your professor to write you back at 5 minutes after 2 if you wrote them at 2 in the morning, kind of thing. But yeah, I'm definitely not downplaying the amount of labor involved in assistant professorship or associate. It's a massive amount of work.
Thomas Pepper was suggesting that you or asking you not to condescend. I don't know, but not to condescend to conditions you don't know anything about. Maybe.
I'm sorry.
Thomas Pepper in the audience was suggesting not to condescend to people's conditions you don't know anything about. I thought you were agreeing with that though. Personally.
I'm not. I don't really understand the comment.
I don't know. Does anyone else have a question?
I mean, let me just say that I've worked as a professor, so and I am working as one now. So I'm definitely not condescending.
I didn't think you were. So,
okay.
I guess I just on a different level too. What do you guys think is the most exciting project going on, or what that you're working on right now? It could be both of you or individually. I mean, what the kind of work you're developing, especially in terms of the research groups. I'm very interested in what goes on there.
Okay, I'm happy to answer the research group one, but I'll turn it over to Tony to give his response.
I think you should answer this one. This is the research group, right?
Okay, yeah. I guess if your question is specifically projects coming out of the research groups.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If that's what it is, sure. Well, the most exciting. Sorry, I'm just going to mute you for a minute. The most exciting thing that we have coming up, in my opinion, is we've been talking. This isn't for sure formalized yet, but basically, we have. I don't know if people have seen the film Sleep Dealer, directed by Alex Rivera, but basically he has agreed to do a special event that's specifically for members of the New Center. And what I'm trying to do currently, and once again, this is not formalized or anything, but I'm trying to put together an event that would basically be Alex Rivera talking about his film Sleep Dealer, which deals with drones and kind of international political economy and questions like that. Have him come into a hangout, and then myself, because I also have written something on this film. Hopefully Jason Reed, who has written a good bit about it too, and who was the other person? And we were hoping for Louis George Schwartz, but that hasn't been confirmed yet, and we haven't really got that completely together. But as far as like a research group project, the idea would be that this would just be like, say, a 2-hour event where we would utilize the capacities of Google Hangouts to kind of put people into direct dialogue, and make this a kind of public event. Now, you could imagine a panel like that happening at a regular university, but in this case, the benefit is that it's accessible in a much broader array of different environments. And I guess another difference is that the overhead is much lower. People just get into a Google Hangout and start to dialogue.
You could enlighten us more concretely to what the practices, I mean, it's in the name, about these courses are in terms of pedagogy, in terms of the types of assignments you make the students do, how you interact with them. If you insist so much that you're not a university, what is the difference concretely?
Do you want to answer that, Tom?
So, to repeat, just to get the question one more time, the question is, what is the difference if we make the distinction between formally that we're not an institute or university? What is the concrete difference? And you asked, like, what is the actual practice of the seminar?
Right.
Okay.
What kind of assignments do you have? Like, if you're not in a university institution, what's the difference in practice?
Okay, a lot of the difference in practice is that it's not most of them are not based at instructor lectures for 3 hours, and then the students will ask questions. A lot of it is an instructor takes the lead on choreographing maybe some texts, but students also can add in texts to each session. They're able to present in the seminar on any text that they want that's a part of it, and outside of it if they want to bring a text out from outside. And they actually take the lead through presentations the same way that the instructors do. So there's one way of it that is more of formal dialogue happening between different groups of people and different interests. And the other thing is our major, other practices in the seminars, the assignments have been each week we prepare texts. Actually, there are a numerous amount of texts for each session that we cover, and you have the right to pick one of the texts each week. And what you do is you prepare a short text, a short blog, or something like a blog form, and then you post it to the classroom that Jason showed, and then it mostly ends up in discussion and dialogue, and then it'll enter into or flow into the live Hangout sessions. So we use these as sort of like, I don't know, topic starters, or to see where people are interested. Because usually when people take classes also, there's a vast difference between all the people in each session. We've had a mathematics and philosophy class that had beginners and had computer scientists and had philosophers and artists, and it was a pretty interesting mixture. And the sort of classes, the seminars sort of have to be like attuned to those people, and yeah, it's a sort of reversal of the role. The instructor.
When you say they bring a text into the class, do you mean something they've written or a piece of text that they want to read?
something they've written, something that their friends have written, something outside that the instructor hasn't brought in is always welcome to bring in a text. If they're working on a material and they have something that they found that was interesting, they can present on it. The Anthropocene one in specific was really worked on as like a workshop where we each session had a specific guest who was actually working in the field, and they came in and presented their work. A lot of it was very new work, a lot of work that they can't go and present yet in papers and stuff. So I want to make this. I want to then kind of talk about what you're saying about the university. And to say we're not a university is to say that we're not alternative university. We don't want to replace the university. We actually want to work with the universities. We want to be just another way of engaging. Perhaps, I mean, there's possibilities in having mutual grants between PIs at universities that could use this as a middle way to have panels, broadcast panels, do research this way. So we definitely want to be integrated and work with and enhance what could be possible in universities, because we do all have positions within universities as well, and we understand the positive elements of the university structure, and this is just things that the things that we're trying to do now is trying to build platforms that could potentially our members then could appropriate for connecting with researchers, because their department perhaps doesn't have too many people interested in their field. This is a way of connecting people to ask questions, to do reading groups. Yeah, and we ask the members appropriate the platform and sort of the organization, the structure that we're trying to build. But we don't. Yeah, we do seminars, so we have like a very kind of like a university structure. We have at the end of every seminar there's a long-term paper that or any sort of like sort of material work can be done. You can have a creative work if you don't want to do a paper, and of course that's assessed by the instructor, and we have pass, exceptional, and incomplete grading. So if you do enroll in the class and you want to have it for credit for either certificate or for transfer, it could go into a university program. So I mean, we see ourselves being like bootstrapping university and hopefully adding to the things happening like in your group.
Let me see if there's more questions. Hang on just a second. I don't see any more questions, and I think we need to get to a break too, because there's another group coming in at 6. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about, or you have any questions for us? Or?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I do have a question for you guys. What was the impetus for this conference?
Oh yeah, sorry I didn't say that much before about it, but I think we started planning this about last summer, and or we started thinking about it last summer, and I personally I had been reading Preston Davis's blog for a long time actually, and he was just writing stuff on Lacan that I liked, and I saw him talking about the Global Center for Advanced Studies, and I mean, for me personally, what got me excited about these institutes that I saw emerging was just the fact that it was like accessible in terms of cost for me. Like I'm poor, I don't like working that much, or I'd rather be working on this kind of stuff than like working all the time just to pay loans and stuff like this. So for me, as I've been going, I'm an undergraduate student here, and for me, something like this is really interesting in terms of keeping up with some sort of academic activity until I can figure out how I can afford to go to, graduate school or just something I can do on the side, because I think some of the things you guys do are really interesting. There were some other institutes that I emailed them a bunch, but I never got in touch with, was the Free University in Georgia, which was a university started in reaction to a law that was passed in Georgia in, I think, 2012, and that said if you're an undocumented worker, you can't go to university. So they basically started this sort of underground university. And I wish they could have been here, but I just saw these people using some sort of, I guess to call it like pseudo institutional model to sort of create something that they wanted to see for the future. And I mean, I guess I was just kind of inspired by that. I mean, there's a long history of this too in America with just, I don't know, different sorts of educational institutions popping up that are meant to break away from what's necessarily going on.
Yeah.
At the state-controlled level or whatever, federally controlled level.
Yeah, well, I think one of the I think one of the biggest things really is I think a lot of these institutions that have emerged have been tempted, including ones that Tony and I and Mohammed were involved in before the New Center, have been kind of tempted to try to do some sort of university model. But the reality is as soon as you introduce degrees into the equation, you're really operating in a very different ballpark, in my opinion. I really think that if you really want the institution to be number one, complementary to what already exists, and at the very same time, not just complementary, but also new and transformative in some way, you really are best off, in my opinion, not going in the direction of trying to offer degrees or trying to be a university or college or something like that. I think really the best way is to begin with a dose of humility about what the project is, and to then and to be more transformative for the fact that you're not kind of entering into the dialogue with a kind of overload of hubris. That's just my personal opinion.
Do you ever wish you had more administrative bureaucracy, considering that you're working so much to do that now?
Yeah, and I just want to say that is really what I meant by saying that. I was not in any way trying to say that, like, oh, we work so hard, we're such martyrs. My point really is that what I was really trying to say with that is that if you start an institution like this, it's very difficult, especially when you don't have grants or anything like that, because basically you're in almost every case it's going to be a very small number of people doing literally everything. So that's completely different from like what you may have done in a different location. So yeah, I mean, yeah, if we did have grants, it would be great because we could hire a lot more people and spread out the work between a much wider variety of people, and that would be fantastic. On the other hand, as we know about the kind of world of grants and and all of that, usually along with grants comes some strings attached. So so that's always a factor too.
I would just like to say really quickly, just before we break with you, is that we do have like one of our sections from the reading the Accelerationist Manifesto with Benjamin Noyes as a guest, and that is public, and I'll share it with you on the chat. So if anybody wants to actually see how a class is run, you can watch this. And I'll also share the link for the Incredible Machines, which is kind of a presentation of how a conference can work in this setting.
That sounds great. I actually had one more question if you guys want to stick around.
Okay.
In response to that, I'm just wondering if like grants have been applied for, or if you're like purposely choosing not to run it without like the help of grants, and is that what that means? I don't know.
Are you intentionally avoiding grants, or have you applied for them,
No.
or do you get them sometimes?
Right now we are been researching and collecting for possible grants and possible ways of doing and applying for grants and where we could fit in, and we have yet to apply for a grant, but we're in the process of trying to figure out I think ways in which our institute will work within multi-institutional grants. There's Google grants actually that people who use educational institutes that use their software that they can apply for grants that we're looking into. some community local ones in like the Grand Rapids area where we're based. But we started in October doing seminars, so we're just in our second season. We're about to organize what we're doing in the summer and plan for fall. And I think this next year is going to be like our year of applying for grants. So in a year, I guess we can tell you how that works.
Well, I'm pretty sure we either have a partnership or a grant with Google too, and that's why we're using Hangouts on Air right now, because we have an educational thing for them. And I'm kind of confused by this technology, but
yeah, we also, I mean, our institute also has Google Apps for Education. That's one of our platforms.
Okay, cool. So. Well, I guess if nobody else has any questions, anybody? No? I wish I had more. Well, thank you for joining us. And if you'd like to watch the YouTube broadcast too, we're going to have a faculty panel that's going to talk about talk on the higher education in general. I'm not sure exactly what.
This is the one with Professor Casarino?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks for having us.
That's so anticlimactic.
Oh, thanks. I got it out of the box.
I don't into them and put in them, but if they burn it.
It's like almost put butter again. So.
I'm not, yeah, if I live my life thinking about them.
I can smell it, but it just seems different this year. I feel like there's something that just really right now. Yeah, so right. I walked out this morning. Yeah, it's not just the smell. Yeah, it's not just the smell. Like this is the past. It's like more than the noise, right? It's like when you're last one.
Oh, it's all right. I'm late.
Sure, sorry.
But Miko, like you're very intelligent. You're smart.
She is, but
yes,
nicer white. White man.
Undecided.
British down.
Because at least I have sense No, that's like part of it. Like there is a structural problem. And then underserved. Which is, I think, what they're pointing to. Because I would be the first one to say that.
Well, I did work with because I say outside academia, how are you going to for $24,000? Yes. There's no funny English. But what's
because when I got that job, I had one job. And I would have had a professor if that situation was
I was like, they told
somebody,
but to bring in each, it's just like something from both their.
Given the level of participation, I mean, it's naked like that, but it's very. It's not.
Yeah, it exploits them, and then subjects them.
Well, you know, so the racism it creates a place that creates.
I know you're in the university about
I understand you do. The first part that you understand
well, you didn't get it. You didn't get what I was saying, which was that don't assume that all of our work is
Not really commensurate.
and that we're paid these huge amounts of money without.
coming from a lot of other departments.
Yeah.
From a lot of other
Thanks.
I just think I would be.
Yeah, well, and I appreciate that.
But you're right. I just said that. I think it's also.
Yeah, I mean, most. So it's like, you know, what's on the
It's like I think ultimately it's worse.
I know.
America.
It's
Like,
I don't know.
I have never asked but
Given
I was going to ask you what
The last one was like mosquitoes,
right. So they have.
Hi, I'm
Is that okay? You're real yeah, because there was no opt-out one. So. Right, yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, no, you're not.
my sixth year in the department. My master's year too.
You know, I don't think
Sort of, you know, sort of the history some particular like current studies
Close enough together, lump them, it's not surprising. Everything becomes So, I forget that now something like I don't know, something like the entire yeah. I mean, it wasn't great.
My actual advice
Just walking?
But I mean, I just walk in.
Nice.
I used to like to wear heels. I don't anymore. Which is never good with classroom. Anyway.
I think even the bubbles and the necklace are not so bad. Because some diamonds they were very bad. One winter, I think that when the crisis hit, they didn't have money to actually. Then support.
I arrived here last winter.
That's the worst. I've been here for 7 years. That was.
I mean,
That was the worst in like 30 years, yeah.
Although, yeah, there was 1 year where we basically had no snow until like 30 degrees in February. Like 2
That was
years.
the first nice guy.
I need more for games. Well, I mean,
Very
6 years.
I think that's the point is I wanted to.
I know I did. Where in LA?
Probably east of the bachelor in the work institute. I do textiles. And I
And they kicked out most of the money.
They are. I want to move east of that. Like 2 to 3 miles east of there, you can buy a house for actually
No, Dirk and I are
next to
trouble is,
USC. I own a house here. I think I might sell it and buy a house for I have some of the people who want to buy a house.
Come on.
It cost, it used to cost
So there was you said for research and
yeah. I did a bunch of contests. But I
so
things I don't know
because I don't think by then when
Oh, the guy who was.
No, he was on the screen.
Yeah.
He has like
Yeah, white guy with glasses. He looks just like my brother.
yeah. Okay, so but yeah, no,
I kept looking at him like
This weird like beard thing.
right. Yeah.
he's a
Is now
Yeah, exactly. You're never gonna be like.
Oh, he's so cool.
Yes, you're never gonna start you know. I've seen stuff about it. Because I know like Museum has been I've seen stuff.
Yeah, no, that was
yeah, I don't know.
They have certificates, but they're not accredited.
My dad used to like all the
Also, yeah, they're like small online.
Yeah.
It seems like it could be really so, you know.
And you know, I like emails just
When I looked at the Sweden,
He's cool. He's the guy who
Put it on the.
why wasn't he?
all men have
I mean, they just no. My glasses are no weapon.
I mean, it's interesting.
I was like happy.
No, I was
not much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I really committed to like new.
Yeah, I mean, just like the comments quality or
Yeah. So the research section, I don't know if it's just like, it would be like Xcode. They do like cooking classes.
Sure.
Yeah. I actually think I started that because I believe he was in our chair.
Which guy?
Nathan.
Yeah,
he
was
was
involved in this forever. I bet Eli was.
Eli. That's right.
Yeah, I saw him in.
But he emailed them. Somebody gave me an email address, and I was like, hey, I really like it. You came talk about.
No, they were all.
Oh, well, could have done that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah, who said it open?
Do you know solar?
There's another woman actually who's still here.
You didn't have one of those point beats.
I had a
Well, then why are you asking me?
I mean, it could be like 98 or 98.
That's cool if I do. I mean, I kind of want to talk about maybe hosting a group to be part of it.
Yeah, she's like super radical.
That's pretty
If you guys want me to send you stuff about if I do something, you guys can give me your call. I should have an email list or something. If you guys want to write down emails, I can, because, like, yeah, or I'll just put you on a list of people I send out a response paper to because I don't know, I was like, luckily the faculty get transcripts.
Hey,
It's like,
You are, as they say,
no, I'm an undergrad.
Are you kidding?
That's a good, yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't, everything was kind of, yeah, so what did I take on?
We were just talking about she was also talking about
Okay, I'm not good. Yeah, I was in yeah, so Tony will be mediating, I believe will be just Meredith, Jill, Jill.
Jess, what do you think?
Right. And like how you're gonna classify growth. Right?
And then
I think about it a lot. Like,
Yeah, you critical steps of faith. Yeah, I mean, it's other, it's small stuff.
I think it's actually really important, and it,
It's,
Not
yeah,
speculation. Yeah, Chesapeake has such a beautiful
really, have you guys like learned how are you so well?
Yeah, I mean, it's a general.
Yeah, here, he's
It's gonna get this.
I thought that was a cool idea. I wish I could have. I would have more liked to have done things like that with like a group like this and be like, okay, like everybody knows we all know what you're doing. Tell us what the problems are. You know? What do you think the difficult points of this are? Are you seeing as legitimate? There are in faculty.
Row 0, but the first monograph is row 0,
I'm more interested in the problems of ability and legitimate. How was that?
Yeah.
I know you teach.
Yeah.
Yeah. And somebody, I heard that a great question about like how do you guys compete? Okay. Questions we really need to understand.
I think
we're now making public profits.
I feel like growth.
Oh my goodness.
Meanwhile, the
basically
cushioning, you know,
Yeah.
I think it like has like, but meanwhile, I'm trying to having this time of like time sex.
It's
Depends on the philosophy. No, you don't have to
I'm committed
have
to it. I'm committed to it. Nothing.
Okay, alright.
I was just waiting.
There are persons in the 90s, and everyone trading practice like it's a long person.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this was the draw. I mean, there was a bunch of people earlier. I have a test on Monday in biotechnology.
Tony.
You got his yes. Oh no, I was in my coat pocket. I was looking at it. Yes.
Yeah, on Wednesday I was like, oh, I think the audience are going to listen.
That garbage is okay. I was mad once and I paid the price for it, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just a long group.
Bionic. That's all that she makes all kinds of drama.
So how the conference has been good? Friday meetings. Oh, that sounds like ours. We had a whole retreat today. Yeah.
This doesn't seem to be.
Which was also necessary.
This is more of a.
Yeah, how do you sell? Yeah, no, it's no, I'm still full of.
A lot of people have to understand. I don't know if I could ever see.
I don't think I remember. No, there's not.
Just because
are you staying here for the district?
No, I'll be at it.
Oh, right, that's
The conference is just before spring break.
Always, that's like a big thing. A lot.
Oh.
My sister's just outside of it.
I know, I'm still.
Get ready for the one that seems like cursing each other's direction.
There's no self there. And then it's also so
Yeah, I saw him. I tried to watch it.
And they traffic many for this program. So then the Karen Vice. Did you see that? Have you guys seen the Karen Vice?
Yes. Yes, I think. Oh no.
No, you're not. You know that actually though,
I'm Dorothy Parker, let's not forget. She do some of the search of the city.
Because right now,
That's the main thing. No, I think
it's like you're just wearing clothing. And a little bit of that's the same. It's red.
So this actually California.
Really?
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, tell me that.
It's more riding one. Riding has become like newer items.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Probably. No, riding was when I lived in Boston years, I think like a long sock and band tight like
I understand.
Yeah,
I was looking at UCLA and just got food.
and there's like this weird like
Hey, wait, slow down.
No, that's like it's like
I don't know. Do you know the Bay
it's
Area?
like almost like a new celebrated conversation.
Cricket.
Yeah.
So it's something. Oh, I understand one is first.
Yeah.
And then management stuff.
Yeah, so the Welsh Cup, every 4 years, so they have some kind of joining in. So UAE.
Always ever heard.
Well, UAE and 70%
Right, yeah.
Well, they've got money to.
Yeah, they're
Really?
Their marketing shit is not together.
Scotland are.
What
Yeah, they're doing really good.
and then suddenly.
Well, I mean, they have an agent.
I think I also planned that. That's the same thing you've considered in Pakistan all those years. It's not in Pakistani forums, right? So it's become very hybrid.
Well, that's just a line.
Kids are just not play with it growing up. But that's actually sadly no. No, I don't think that's football. Football.
Made in England.
So like 2005 and football intro.
Are these all? These are the desert foods. Oh.
That they used to confront him with.
Oh, that's
You know what I mean? I still say I'm actually part of the business, but I basically like organized plan. Code conduct, we have their leader, we have their staff, that's all.
No, but I think it
much more of a social So no, I mean like in terms of like administrative interior cost, we got so much interior, right? Was outsourced. We look at sometimes
because I mean, you don't have engineers of course, also
I would say I will be some husband. Okay, I don't know. Well, those a moment of the winter as well, kind of calm down. Yeah, I don't know. Why did you? I think that there was going to be more civil rights to it. No, I know.
Like sort of like the big place where it's like punk,
yeah, no, that's
70, 181, like the one surge and
I guess one
aesthetic, but not
thing that got me thinking about the 2 years was that I was right then. I could go because I wanted to. Like I could go for a weekend sometimes, and I did. Just because I like it.
So maybe that's
so that
yeah. Oh, and you also were there like yeah, but I was back I was awful to be sitting on my TV with my Egyptian friends. You know, in the mornings when they couldn't be, what kind of chat I was like, well, just like sorry if you're going back. Yeah, doing that. But there was a lot of ideas. So he said to go there. He said,
these two things are going to take
yes, yes,
so the light and everything that's
my friend Sarah
maybe it's the best
There's something about like he's like they don't all have
but that's so fun.
Yeah,
no,
yes,
they have to
so how does it being into the process? Why not 4? 25%.
Do one course.
And make them a bit more diverse. And
kinesiology, yes. So you know
Post-colonial cricket studies.
there is already a Professor Sonny Brown
who does, oh, right.
They just make cricket.
I know of kinesiology professor from England. But he actually writes like, yeah, his name is
Like, no, they're all different.
It's really cool. Videos because for a moment I was
It's so funny.
Yes, yeah. Right now, I mean, nothing related to my research, but doing television and this big classic about cyborgs.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
film footage.
Yeah. And that was exactly research.
I absolutely hated it. It attracts like these demons and yeah, there's 180 something people in it. It's like weird being a woman because they're all like, it's like weird, like sci-fi nerds.
Wow.
Tonight, yeah, so they have to choose. Yeah. Yeah.
They had so much diet Pepsi that
Exploited it.
I saw you comment on the Drew status. That's so crazy.
What did he say?
What?
What did he say?
I just like that sucks, but like Drew told me that story in person when he was here like 2 days ago. It's just fucking out of his world. Basically, one of his roommates, some guy who was letting live with him, he just got out of jail. He figured out he's like, I talked to him today, and this is before maybe he figured out that he was like a huffing fiend. I talked to him today, and he was just He's like, no. And apparently his excuse was, dude, I have low blood sugar. He's like, are you diabetic?
Yeah.
Dude, people do dusters, man.
I know, yeah. I remember some friends of mine did a scene called Dusted, where they just like talked about different kinds of I really think
Hoppers are really not that bad.
I mean, it was pretty funny. It was supposed to be funny.
Kind of funny how they like escaped their own subcultural confines and are now mainstream.
Yes, so it will be quite important.
We have an American, thank goodness. I was like, wow. You guys are so represented. I'm sorry. Take over.
Do we have such table?
Yeah,
I'm not
so I hope I don't want I will shake your hand. I am Tom. You are. Yeah, pleasure to meet you. Hello, Meredith. I am Tom.
Oh, that would be good.
Sorry. No, I remember that.
Yeah, that's simulation.
Very well.
There's like extra. So
it's like
I would say
I haven't seen him in as long. I've seen him once.
$20 for stocks. You're a high roller, dude.
Yeah,
No idea.
Hello.
Just because she's
Duma,
sorry about it. I just
yes, but you know, other people. I don't know.
You were the one. I told my
I meant it. I there was a sense of a bit of defensiveness, and I meant it. Because I was like, well, and you even like I have to pay ourselves a living wage.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Where? I know Bosch and
I guess so. But I looked at the website.
You mean in those
Nugget of things.
Oh, in
I think they have enough.
Yeah.
I know.
You mean
Oh, I know.
Well established institution that city parades every year. Carnaval, so what did you do for this?
Oh yeah. And but trying to be very, very right?
That's the word these days.
Even mansions where he bought
See it. The graduate PhD program, society, or you can push it out of it's
yeah, well, the social sciences and really are more focused than they are.
And again,
I mean, I know some amazing
qualitative psychology.
Yeah, there was,
Oh, wow. So, yeah, that.
Is that the mock study that's on Google Plus?
Oh, there are mock ones. First one was in the process. No, I can't. Three times people I work with.
They seem amazing. I mean, this guy was awesome.
Because more connected.
I bought those or almost.
Since
yeah.
Even though it's really
But if you show me the page, it's really good.
But yeah,
They also remember there, so.
Massive open online course. Well, if there's one like university students, it's not, but a massive open one means like anyone can go into that.
I met you once briefly before.
Oh yeah.
No, because that's always. I don't
You gotta go up there.
Hey, by the way, good job. No, actually,
Stay away.
They got some like
I'm not sure.
it's not cheap. It's like okay, yeah.
So I started out
I think it's like $50.
yeah, we
I can try to find myself, but I don't. I just have one of the teams.
Michelle,
Michelle
thought that.
Well, I gotta.
It's just that you jump ahead.
I gotta. I'm from the South.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was in LA, and a bunch of my really good friends just moved there. They said I do some people But I just got this yeah, so I can sort of fix the siding. It's kind of nice. Okay, what do I want to do with my house? So I'm gonna like.
Yeah, but
no, I'm It's yeah, actually, if they haven't started the pitching process, it's the site. It's like all the sites are testing it. I think so. I think there is something like one layer. Yeah, it's like 3 layers. But it's all so that's like the I brought my place to make yeah,
I'm good. It's wrong.
But I mean, I imagine that'll be
It's
a huge house. It's like a two-story.
Yeah.
But I mean, hopefully, I mean, he was saying like we could probably do it for 2019. I don't know. It'd be cool if I had someone there.
So,
Yeah.
No, but yeah, all these Well, you know, I'm doing it on Friday 25th.
This is very painful.
They have trusted contractors. Actually, like, I think they probably I might.
So do you think it's still like it's possible that I just have like something very basic where I can try to figure out I don't think I have a lot of options. Yes, that's what I did.
I just need to go in for
I'm gonna go talk to them.
Hey Tony, this is the microphone.
Okay.
So it just is there.
Okay.
And then yeah.
It's people. So someone sitting over here knows what we've done.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Great.
But yeah, I had this computer's just acting as a snitch. We don't have things like cameras.
Stupid. I see.
It works though. It's really nice.
Yeah, I was watching it.
Was it?
Yeah.
I couldn't. I had to go run to try to find this cable at Target in the middle of the person, and I was like watching on my phone, and I was like, oh wow, what's
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Good.
I saw you and Mia was
Honey.
Yeah.
She's so awesome.
Yeah.
I really wish I had more time to talk to her because the stuff she's working on. She's gonna be talking, I think, in here next week. Did you go? She's such a good speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wish I would have started.
I don't even, it's like, no, yeah, this is like the thing for me that's really, I just want to have something that I can do.
Yeah.
So I don't even, this is fine. I really, this is what I want to take going around. And all this stuff is just nice. I know what Anais is working on. But I really want to have something and be like, our department did this, and I can have my name with it. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, no, this was really fun. I didn't print them. It's like with wax. It's the printer upstairs. It's like they use wax as like eco-friendly or whatever, but it just looks terrible. It's cool. I've seen it. It's so grainy. It's kind of nice though. I don't know. It's sort of like the old Xerox a little bit. It has its own weird. I used to do a lot of I mean, I've taken chemicals on purpose. I didn't do it that much. I did it like, every couple of years I'd be in a band and I would like design and print t-shirts and stuff. I made some posters and stuff. But I had my friend print these and I doubt she's working. I trusted her.
In terms of one of the artists I'm asking, that's like a thing
And then whenever we want to start to, I'm ready to go. I just gotta cast some things and stuff.
Oh no.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, no, I would never. My was in the first.
With like her name,
Where I went back to
and like just like sold it by like putting
it's my fault.
Yeah, they have like.
I have
I've never been to New York. That's okay. We used to say it and
Oh, sorry. It's okay. This is all I have for a microphone. This is what they gave me. Yeah.
I just think it's so angry. Yeah.
No, I think Gail does have a inspire those. I know it's wrong.
Check it out. So like, yeah, they like where this guy, I don't really know the details of it, is constantly reposting pictures. So like, here's the original.
I would have. If I had ever been
as we slowly watch it deteriorate,
I don't know if Gilroy
it actually takes more about like look at that.
I mean, it's kind of like spaghetti. That's horrible.
And then after you finally
Very few people that actually I've noticed when I've done
There's 16 players.
they got an 8 blocks.
Okay.
I think that was the very
This thing's right angle enough.
But like during this hour,
I love them.
It's like they're gonna be in the very end.
The interest rates are by
Well, I mean,
America.
Oh, you know what? This will be okay.
No, I don't think so. Yes, no, it's a big deal.
Never officially museum. Oh, ooh, it gets worse.
No.
Subject in my course for business master, subject to undergrad. I mean, most of my courses are
I know,
but hopefully after I can do digital cultures grad class, or I might have a this last fall, I was teaching the service grad class. Which I do not know. But I will.
Actually, I don't want to. I could sit there, but I don't want to. My copy.
Are you getting good?
Not so much, but
Yes, yes.
one is fantastic. A lot of what she wrote has been
Yes, no, I mean, I don't think
So if someone asks a question, this microphone will pick up all of us speaking, but it will not necessarily pick up what they say, so you may have to just repeat or restate for the purpose of I might.
one reason I was very interested in art
Well, the microphone.
I like mine. Because I've lost it. This is where we our entire rotation for all 8,000 members, so we have enough space to I will check it.
So here it is. Someone else. Someone else.
Very underground.
No, I think it's a you're also CSS? Yes. Oh, right, yes, yes, yes. No, but, yeah. And so you joined,
last January.
Okay.
Here again. I've worked since 2000. I was teaching at the New York School for 3 years. And then over there.
Yeah, although the was a great place
Yeah, anyway, yeah.
But then again, some people so it all depends on but it's science is very large. Sometimes it's lots. That's not fair.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, so that time, so yes. And I laughed because I got
Have you been to Mixed Blood? Have you been to Mixed Blood?
No, I haven't.
You should go.
And she came out of the this is what I need to see. I know.
We have to be careful. There's a computer right over there.
English. Are they photographing my shoe? No.
No, the camera's over here.
Because I could do it somewhere. Yeah. She has to go to
This is whenever you're in vlogging.
President Caleb sitting at home watching.
Righto. So, we're about to start with the final session of the conference. And the conference has been kindly organized by the Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature Student Association, and especially Csclsa. So, give them a round of applause. It's done an incredible amount of work to come together. Really well. So thank you so much. And then for this final panel, the format is basically Cesare Casarino will be presenting a short paper, and then we have a series of responses by different people here, all of whom I will introduce now, and then we will speak in turn. I should introduce myself, I suppose. Tony Brown. I'm in the Department of Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature, and in another department. But first up, our speaker, our primary speaker for the evening is Professor Cesare Casarino, Chair of the Department of Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature, author with Antonio Negri of a book in Praise of the Common, and also an earlier book, Cesare's Modernity at Sea, Melville Mark's Conrad Crisis. I'm also going to indicate the institutions that we all attended, of higher education, just to give this a fair variety, and just to give you a sense of what those different institutions were. So Cesare did his undergraduate degree at Brandeis University in Boston, and his PhD at Duke University. South of the north. Next to Cesare, on the far side, is Tom Pepper. Tom Pepper is a professor in the Department of Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature. A bit of a theme emerging. The author of Singularities, Extremes of Theory in the 20th Century. And Tom has his BA from Amherst College and PhD from Yale University. And next to Cesare, Cesare's right, there's Meredith Gill, who's a senior lecturer in the Department of, anyone guess? Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature. So Meredith has a PhD from the University of Minnesota, where she completed a dissertation titled The Clarity of the Cold War, Truth and Literary Communism Between the USA and the USSR in the Era of Postmodern Globalization. Next to Meredith on her right is Stuart McLean, who's professor in the Department of Anthropology. Throwing in for a bit of variety. Stuart is the author of The Inventor. It's Terrorist Island, Famine, and Modernity, BA from one of the original universities. Starts with O and ends with Ford. And a PhD in anthropology from Columbia University in New York. Now next to Stuart. Stuart's right is Graham Stell, who is a senior lecturer in the Department of Cultural Studies and Comparative Literature. And he completed his dissertation here with the title Arrested Images, the Cultural Discourse of Terrorism in Italy and Germany. Now, Graham, so there's a fair international contingent here. Cesare is from Sicily, Stuart's from England, Graham is from Canada. A lot of support for Canada. Yes. So let me know.
Most of us laughed.
Keep this in perspective. Canada did not make the Cricket World Cup this year. So he has his BA from the University of Toronto, and an MA in philosophy from Carleton University, and another MA in theory and criticism from the University of Western Ontario, and then PhD from University of Minnesota. So variety of institutions.
Where did it go to do her undergrad?
I don't know.
University of Florida.
University of Florida in Gainesville. Where I think. So we'll move on then. Sonali Palmer, Tom Kenny, he's from Gainesville. That's
true.
Yes. Yes. Sonali Palmer, professor in the Department of Theatre, Art and Dance. And her dissertation title, which she completed at Columbia University, Stewart, Staging Difference and Ethnography of New Generation Theatre in Egypt. And Sonali shares her undergraduate alma mater with Tom, Amherst College. And then finally, Arun Saldana, right next to me here on the end, in 2007, published Psychedelic White, Goa Trance, and the Viscosity of Race. Now, Arun's description of his own education on the university website is, I thought, extremely good, and so I just copied it out.
Curious.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, it's yellow or blue.
You mean the films or the movies? Oh, from
This before I still feel as much a student as a teacher, and that might never change. That is very well written. Now, I studied media studies at the Free University of Brussels, Belgium. I finished my PhD at the Open University in the UK, but continue finding new avenues for reading and research. And what I like about that is the positioning of Arun as teacher and ongoing learner. And also, I think the Open University might be considered the original bleeding edge institution.
Comparing you a little now.
Right.
Good intention.
Yeah, well, on that note, then, we will move on to Cesar's presentation, which will be followed by a series of responses. Thank you.
Thank you. The short paper I'm going to read, I'm going to speak about for about 15 minutes. The paper is titled Farewell to the University Without Nostalgia. And I should say that I presented a similar version of this paper at a conference 5 years ago. A conference titled Beneath the University, the Commons, which was organized by Greta students and union activists and was held at the West Bank Social Center in Minneapolis, 2010. As I reread this paper, it seemed to me that, unfortunately, the paper is still relevant. We'll see why, unfortunately. I mean, it's probably obvious why. But the only thing that has changed for my part is that I speak now not only as a faculty member in a public university, but also as the department chair in a public university. And so my words and position here are even more contradictory than before, or dubious, perhaps. Anyway, before reading the paper, I want to make a distinction distinction between two concepts, two terms and concepts that I use: the common and the commons. And I want to explain how I use these terms. I really, in the paper, I will deal with the question of the common, in the singular. And this distinction, I should say right away, it's not a very very clear and absolute distinction, but
there is indeed a bleeding edge there somewhere between the two, but it is a heuristic device. The distinction is a heuristic device for thinking different ways of different forms of the common and the commons. Anyway, the commons for me, in my work, the commons are thought of as so-called natural resources, from oil to water and so on. Whereas the common is that which we share in common by definition, and which hence constitutes the basis for any type of communication, and which hence always constitutes social relations, namely thought, language, affect, in their myriad forms. That's what the common is for me. I have argued in my work that there is no such a thing as a solitary thought, as an individual language, or as a personal affect, even though we experience them as that which is most personal and unique about ourselves. It is important to note that thought, language, affect all converge in knowledge, and that the university in modernity has been a privileged site for the production and circulation of knowledge. Also, the commons, thought of as so-called natural resources, is regulated by a law of scarcity. There is a certain finite amount of water on the planet or of oil. Whereas the common, thought, language, affect, and hence knowledge in its myriad forms, that instead functions according to a law of surplus, a law of excess. Not a law of scarcity, but a law of excess. There's always more thought and affect, and so on. The one thing that certainly these two concepts have in common, the one thing that they really share, is that at this point we are witnessing a massive privatization of both. We are witnessing a massive privatization of both the common and the commons at the hand of globalizing capitalism. So now I will start reading the paper as such. So Michael Hart and Antonio Neri, and what I think is their best call for book, namely Commonwealth, with an impassioned call to build new institutions, namely institutions of the common. So the question I would like to formulate today is, can the university be an institution of the common? But before formulating this question, there is perhaps another question that needs to be addressed first. Do we want a university in Malta at all? This is not a rhetorical question. In the present historical conjuncture, and in particular in the face of the current and ongoing corporatization of the public university, is it worth to continue to invest our time in attempting to transform the university radically? Or are our efforts, struggles, lives better spent and valorized instead by starting a mass exodus from the corporate university and by working towards imagining and building different types of institutions altogether, along with their attendant and constitutive forms of subjectivity and sociality? So others have analyzed and critiqued in detail the various processes of corporatization of the public university already, and hence I'm not going to repeat those familiar accounts. Here I will limit myself to pointing out that this corporatization needs to be understood as part and parcel of a wider process of rampant privatization of the common in all of its forms, and also as part and parcel, in particular, of that systematic demolition of any remaining institution of the welfare state, which is concomitant with and integral to such a privatization of the common. With the shift from the public university to the corporate university, thus, the educational vocations and ideological functions of the welfare state are directly transferred to and directly managed by globalizing capitalism. In short, this is a shift from what Louis Althusser called ideological state apparatus in 1969 to what now might be called ideological capitalist apparatus. The shift from the public university to the corporate university, in any case, is one of the latest symptoms of the destruction of the welfare state and of the privatization of the common. The management of the common under the aegis of the welfare state, however, was notoriously far from ideal. The story of how the Keynesian model underpinning the welfare state turned into an extremely effective instrument of political cooptation is well known. I'm suggesting, in other words, that the public university of yore, all its undoubted merits and virtues notwithstanding, constituted already a rather limited and limiting form of the common, precisely to the extent to which it was a crucial institution of the welfare state. Some might argue, though, the public university, as we knew it up until not long ago, was also the product of the student struggles of the 1960s and 1970s, and especially of the urgent demand for student representation and student participation in the decision-making processes of all aspects and at all levels of university life. But it is this demand for representation and participation that the institutions of the welfare state in the end were always able to accommodate, precisely because the welfare state had been created so as to neutralize and co-opt such demands in the first place. Put differently, the public university was precisely that, namely public, rather than common, where the common needs to be understood also as that which enables and yet is concealed by the distinction between public and private, as the foreclosed ground of the entire public-private dialectical binary, which is, of course, a foundational binary of capitalist ideology. Simply because the corporate university may well be worse from the standpoint of the expression of the common than the public university ever was, it does not follow that we should feel any nostalgia for the public university. Should we defend the public university from its corporate takeover? Should we fight for the public university? If and when our common survival is at stake in it, by all means, yes, let us defend and fight for it. Let us do so, however, without either nostalgia or illusions. Let us do so, above all, keeping in mind that the struggle for survival and the revolutionary struggle are not necessarily one and the same thing. That simply because at a certain moment in history it becomes necessary for us to do something in order to survive, that does not mean that that something constitutes a revolutionary act. Put differently, to defend and make demands in the name of the public university nowadays may well be at once necessary for our survival, as well as a specifically defensive and necessarily conservative political act. We cannot afford merely to defend ourselves, not the least reason being that there is no weaker defense than that defense which does not constitute simultaneously a counterattack. This is why, while I recognize the strategic necessity to defend this or that specific aspect of a public university, I also wonder what a mass exodus from the university might look like. By mass exodus from the university, I do not mean necessarily that people suddenly should stop attending colleges and universities, stop seeking employment in such institutions, or quit their current jobs there. Though it might be a productive political thought experiment to imagine a scenario in which, for example, students would defect from the university in droves, either because they realized that they are, as it were, getting increasingly less and paying increasingly more for it, or for a host of other reasons. More precisely, by mass exodus from the university, I mean systematic redirection of resources of all sorts, ranging from financial to psychological, from intellectual to infrastructural, and beyond. As I increasingly lose hope in the radical potentials of the university as an institution, I believe that rather than funneling the various university resources which are available to us, and which include us back into the reproduction of this institution, we ought to redirect such resources, whenever possible and whenever useful, into building new types of institutions outside and beyond the confines of both the past and the present university. I envisage such new institutions as institutions for the production and circulation of common knowledge, as well as of knowledge of the common. Neither public nor private, the coming university might be one day the common university. It seems to me that this political project of exodus is well underway. This conference might be a concrete example of it. Other experiments about which we have heard during the course of this conference are in the process of emerging and interacting with one another worldwide, ranging from the new Center for Research and Practice to Ars Industrialis, from the EduFactory Collective with its proposal for a global autonomous university in Italy, to the Vidya Ashram Collective and its theory and practice of Lokavidya in India, from the Experimental College and its free course offerings here in the Twin Cities, to the Uninomade itinerant seminars across the Italian peninsula. We need many more such experiments, and conversely, such experiments need our energies more than ever. Ultimately, I am proposing a lopsided, double-pronged strategy. We need to work at once within and against the university, as well as outside and beyond the university. Moreover, we need to put much more emphasis on the outside and the beyond, rather than on the within and against. Ultimately, the common university might not exist yet in actuality, but I do sense its powerful potentials here and elsewhere. Thank you.
So my sense in terms of the order that would proceed, and really whoever feels they could piggyback off the previous person who wants to jump in most immediately, so things will follow in that way. But of course, we will have to flip the coin for who would talk.
Maybe Tom should start, since it's at the
I was worried that I was being set up for this for a little while now. Well, other than the fact that I admire the work that has gone into today, and I thank all of the people who have done that work, Micah as well as Tony and many others. As I admire Cesare's presentation greatly, which I find, in a certain sense, quite perfect and difficult, therefore, to have anything to say about, because it says it. My comment can only be that during the course of my employment in this institution, at which Cesare and I, in fact, arrived at the same time, in 1998, I have come to a basic, fundamental, not hypothesis, but conclusion, in a certain sense, which is we're a working pragmatic. And that is the only way I can think of entering what Cesare has so well laid out. And that is precisely last year in this, although it is talked about usually in the sentimental, nostalgic, mediatized way. We are in the interesting position of being exactly 1 century into a world war that, unbeknownst to the chattering classes, never ended. And therefore, Hannah Arendt at one point in an interview speaks about the Weimar period and says, we all knew that we were living in an interwar period. It wasn't just 1933 until 1939. It wasn't just something that we didn't anticipate. And of course, in the post-war period, we, and it's so-called Cold War, we know that, in fact, this 100 years world war, it's not the first 100 years war, obviously, which is currently called globalization, has morphed into the fact that war is our everyday existence, and it doesn't surprise us to some degree that the United States hasn't even bothered to declare war except on non-existent objects, as the philosophers call them, such as terrorism, but has conducted all of its wars since 1945 as what are called police actions. And therefore, the police, it should be noted, have, their powers are not specified. The powers of the military not to act in domestic space are specified under the law of Habeas Corpus. But the police have no law. They can do anything they want. And as a result, what has happened during the time of the continuation of this undeclared series of unending wars is de facto the growth of the most elaborate police state that has ever existed. And here I would make specific reference. I'm speaking of the police in a way in which Baldorini speaks of the police in possessing the violence which I introduced from 100 years ago. Makes sense. They say the year in which he drafted The Origin of German Trauma, even though it wasn't published until 2008. So he saw far into the future now, too. Therefore, I don't know whether it's so much of a question, but just is we've now seen, given a century of the achievement of what Ernst Jünger and Martin Heidegger in their correspondence of the 50s called total mobilization. It's a bad translation, totale Mobilmachung, which was Nietzsche's very definition of nihilism. Totale Mobilmachung means that in which anything can be used for anything else. So the university becomes scarcity for much to pay labor for pharmaceutical companies, etc. Even the people who run the university are not even intelligent enough to have an ideology regarding humanities as anything other than ornamental, and are in any case without concern. So it's very difficult from the cultural studies and comparative literature, so-called end of the table, to answer a question I get almost every day on public transportation going to and from university, which is, what do you teach? And up until I acquired my current berth, I used to say, I teach gym. And I don't waste people's time with that bad joke anymore. I say to people that I try to teach people to read, write, and think and imagine a better world than this one. In which 100 years of total war, one could go back further to 1870 and the pact between Bismarck and LaSalle, have made of the university an institution that is part and parcel of the military, industrial, mediatic, health insurance, so-called pharmaceutical, Figaro, Pravda, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Fox complex, of which nonetheless everybody can make fun at any time. And So, given that the role of the university is now subsumed totally into what that amazing president of the United States, Dwight David Eisenhower, warned against in his last speech, but nobody listened. I wonder about whether, in order to think the question that Csclsa has so intelligently laid out, we need to think about the way in which the collusion now indissoluble between the university and permanent war can be mobilized for a critique of the institution in order to try and help us invent institutions that are not de facto, even with their merely ornamental parts, institutions for the making of war.
That's great. Thank you, Tom.
Can I just add, since now we're going this way, second term, it's going to be very brief. I'll just 2 points that are mind at the same time. First of all, in hindsight, it really does look like the welfare state and the social democratic ideal that produced it is kind of a little pause and bubble within this 100-year plus war that you're describing, which, I think your description makes a lot of sense. And the second point that I had to ask myself, it's, I think, of interest. If indeed the university now is part of the military-industrial media corporation entertainment complex, it's interesting to know and to ask, why is it that of all these bits, this is the one that can be made fun of and just scoffed at? I don't have an answer for that, but it is an interesting fact that the other institutions that are part of this complex are not the object of ridicule, much like the university often is nowadays. But I'll shut up.
So I guess playing off of what both of you said, I'm thinking about a couple different things, like in terms of what a common university would be, and then also this question of war. And I started teaching here in 2002 and was having mutinies or a mutiny in my classroom by frat boys, and people were very politicized, or students. I feel like my job at that point in time was doing this really gentle ideology critique. Whereas now I feel like I teach Marx, I teach theory to people across the university, and nobody's up in arms about it anymore. Everybody is sick of war. Everybody's kind of just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, capitalism is bad. And everyone agrees. And so this kind of, I've thought a lot about, okay, well then what is going on if we're not teaching this kind of ideology critique or knowledge? And I think a lot of what's going on is in the classroom is kind of an affect management or almost I don't know if it's affect management or like transference management. And so I think about, no, seriously, I mean, they go together, but they've always gone together. But and then I question, well, what is the difference between a therapist and a teacher? And what are those specific roles? And so I'm thinking about this in relation to what you said about how you've argued that there's no such thing as a solitary thought, an individual language, or a personal affect. And as we know, affect has to be involved in getting somebody to think, but at the same time, the way that it's presented within public universities tends to be in the form of a disability letter that asks for somebody to work more, or I don't know. So I'm trying to think of how can you have like an affective form of knowledge in relation to this? And then I also had a question, but you can answer that first.
Oh, it's a question. I agree with what you're saying. I think that the most powerful knowledge is knowledge that can incite, ignite affects. And affects have been systematically separated from the production of knowledge in the in this institution, which and this is not news. I think that has been the case for a long time. But I do think that the short-circuiting of knowledge and affect is an extremely powerful political weapon, and so vice versa, the separating of them is the blunting of that weapon. It's the blunting of that possibility.
But what about the fact that it's presented? I feel like my office hours are a confessional almost in a way that they didn't used to be.
Right.
But it's presented amongst, like, the millennial generation is both angry about where they're at, but at the same time, like, it's just what everybody's special, everybody's allowed to feel the way that they feel, and this has been produced by capitalism at the same time.
But that's a separation too. I mean, that's a separation too. You said, right? My classroom becomes a confessional. These are enclosed spaces.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain spaces in which it is increasingly encouraged to do that. But there are other spaces that are not.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, it seems to me. In any case, the confessional was always a separation of affect and knowledge,
right,
to begin with. But maybe other people should start talking about
one sentence. Add 1 second. Before Stu comes in.
The moderator is there.
Yeah. Oh, good. Well, is that the interesting thing about one of the ways in which the university's internal contradictions by making us into guidance counselors, etc., without portfolio, stalkable people, particularly women, is one of the most amazing growth that I've witnessed in the time that Meredith has spoken of, is the fact that this contradiction of affect, and particularly of violence, is being promulgated by the university by its underbelly in the form of what is known as the student health service, in terms of its constant prescription of drugs and as the answer to everything, and not time. So that, in fact, if the university would pretend to separate knowledge from affect, as the founding of the modern university in Berlin in the beginning of the 19th century did it, in fact, the subsumption of the pharmaceutical capital into the university introduces a very interesting contradiction, in as much as it provokes a huge amount of human wreckage and destruction by actually performed under the guise of healing powers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I will go. Thanks. Yeah, there was a great deal here that resonated very powerfully for me, and I was actually also a participant in the conference at which this was initially presented. And it seemed to me that one of the questions this raised was whether there is particular kind, if you like, a particular kind of politics to how we understand and enact the university's relationship to a present, to a now. And it certainly always struck me that one of the greatest pitfalls of current debates around the neoliberal corporate university is that its opponents end up being cast and casting themselves as defenders of a vision of the public university, which quite properly belongs in the past. And as you point out, the public university needs to be seen in the context of the larger project of the welfare state. which was aimed specifically at co-opting opposition and at neutralizing some of its more radical demands. But I want to say a little bit about the ways in which arguments for neoliberalizing transformations of the university propose a particular kind of relationship between the university and the present. This is drawing briefly from the CLA 2015 document that was produced a few years ago, which I had occasion to. These are just a couple of little sound bites here. This is all framed in terms of the anticipation of impending budget cuts and various kinds of organizational restructurings. But the document speaks of what the 21st century will demand of us and our graduates: greater intellectual ability, competence in the face of increasing complexity, a deeper understanding of differences, and improved ways of living in common. I don't wish to take issue with those aspirations individually, but what I do want to underscore is that this demand is seen as something that issues from outside of the university. So the argument is the world has changed and the university must change in response to it. Quote another passage. We must expand our community engagement, service and outreach and take care that we are providing the sort of help that actually benefits our communities. Our research and our teaching and our service must demonstrate their value beyond the campus. It is not sufficient simply to talk about it. Our students, faculty and staff must engage and help put the public into the public research university. But I would have asked, what exactly does this seem to entail? Right? If the university is understood as reaching out, albeit creatively, innovatively, whatever, it's reaching out to a set of needs that are seen as generated beyond its own precincts. So in that sense, this risks denying the university any active role in producing the social environments to which it must allegedly adapt. So in a way to proclaim the need for universities to address changes taking place in the wider world, this paradoxically has the effect of detaching universities from that world. It implies that they do not participate in and shape it, but merely respond to demands that issue from beyond their own institutional confines, or at least that their capacity to intervene is of a decidedly secondary and derivative character. It's based upon their prior acknowledgement of a set of imperatives that they themselves have played no part in authoring. So in that sense then, notwithstanding the institutional constraints that were obviously operating upon the authors of this document, it seems to me that to make the case in that way for the future of the university, any university, in those terms, is to concede from the outset precisely the ground that needs most urgently to be contested. So to imply that change is being forced on academic institutions by the exigencies of a reality that's assumed to be simply and straightforwardly given, and therefore non-negotiable, unchallengeable. So the task of universities then becomes to prepare students for such a reality rather than to create and to shape it. But does it have to be that way? So what if demands for change were not applied to the university as a narrowly conceived purveyor of these various kinds of social goods and services, but also to the very conditions of collective existence, including the now near ubiquitous assumption that one of the roles of universities is to prepare people for the people who pass through it for the supposedly inexorable and inescapable world of work. So part of this then is a plea for, in a sense, a kind of willingness to demand the impossible, and this may take the form of a kind of struggle on two fronts, one located within the university, one aimed more towards the possibility of exploring and performing into being new kinds of infrastructures. But something else I would add is that it does seem to be important that the rhetoric of change should not be monopolized by adherents of the neoliberal corporate university. It seems to me that there's a kind of imperative to try to take that back. And I think Cscla's paper is making this point very powerfully, that we shouldn't allow ourselves to be cast as defenders of some kind of embattled academic status quo, but that any challenge to the corporate university has to be undertaken in the name of radical change. And indeed, perhaps by making the argument that the corporate university itself is not a place of innovation. It's not a place of creativity, dynamism. In a sense, it's precisely the reverse of that. It's a vision that's marked by arguably an anachronistic attachment to a social and economic system that has conspicuously been shown not to work over the last centuries. So in that sense, then maybe we should make a point of reappropriating the language of the language of, if you like, of innovation, but to do so in the awareness that the future is not only being imagined in corporate boardrooms, that the future is being imagined by, for example, First Nations activists opposing the tar sands pipeline in Canada. It's being imagined by the Zapatista Army of National Liberation in Chiapas, Mexico. It's being imagined by the voters of Greece and perhaps by the end of the year, Spain. So in that sense then, rather than seeing the proponents of the corporate university as innovators, maybe it would be an important strategy to actually cast them as anachronistically and deludedly attached to last century's bad failed idea, capitalism.
Did you want to respond?
No, I
don't. Okay. You let him speak. Like first. Just in preparation for this discussion, which I was looking very much forward to, even though it's very late on a Friday, end of the week, all of that, this is on some level what we should be doing at a university, is never stopping teaching or learning. But at the same time, thinking about this topic, especially reading over Cesare's paper, left me rather depressed. When Cesare plays at the idea of some sort of secession of the plebs from the institution, I thought, well, that happens quite often, actually. They're called layoffs. And tuition hikes, where people literally don't even get the chance to leave, that they are unable to afford education. And at the same time, I was also thinking of something that's going on right now, is that, Meredith, when you were talking about the anxiety that our students have, a lot of that is tied, and their unhappiness is tied to the amount of debt that they leave with.
Absolutely.
And for many of you, leaving a public institution, you will leave with debt. Not as much had you gone to a private institution, but is also reminded today of the debt strike that's taking place and the confrontation over the for-profit university, which has been for years, to go back to innovation. That's where innovation is taking place. Well, that's some innovation, and I think that's one we could maybe build upon, is when you create the perfectly neoliberal institution in education. It is horrible. And that's not, I think, Stuart, the way to agree with you on some level. There's a very conservative element to universities, and we need to actually not fall back on what we've done in the past, or those 19th century models, or even 19th century, said 20th, but I'll go back to 19th and 18th. These are intensely conservative and undemocratic institutions, but they're on some level, maybe this is my Leninist speaking, they're worth fighting over, and there's something we can get from them, we can take from them, and that they do have their own internal contradictions that we can really build off of. But I wanted to actually pick up on something that Tom mentioned about pharmaceuticals. Because on some level I feel that that's the new welfare state. It's the welfare state that you can ingest every day or twice a day.
Like war, it makes a lot of money for very few people fast.
Mm-hmm. But it does something like the welfare state, is that it keeps those populations happy. And it's a bargain that you don't have to deal with that anxiety. To think about the classroom or the office hours as a confessional, I guess they are, but I can't give absolution. So I don't know if you knew. You could, it's a bright day, go out, have some fun. But at the end, those problems aren't simply ones that we can absolve and give an easy answer to. But maybe that's where we are better than the confessional. There's something that we can do which causes pain. Sorry, that should be rephrased. That doesn't relieve the pain in such an easy way and tell everyone that everything is fine if you go through these steps or take this medication, that there's something that the humanities have always been able to do, which is cause people to think in some very painful and maybe even anxiety-provoking ways. And at the same time, though, one of the elements that Cesare I took some exception with in your paper was kind of a generic reading of the university. The university is a varied institution, and I don't think that its variety is always great. I think it's an intensely conservative institution, as I just mentioned. I also think in this country specifically, and maybe Meredith this picks up on your Frat Boy Mutiny, which is a movie that must be made. I don't know what genre it's going to fall into, but there's a sense... No, it's not.
Horror.
No, maybe cutting across genres here. There's, I think, something to be talked about in the specific case of this country. I was almost forced to explain a Canadian bias to American universities, or against American universities, which is you do something that many universities don't do. You have professional sports.
Exactly. Thank you.
Says the gym teacher.
Work training. Work training and the highest paid.
But there's also, it leads into this larger sense that this is a 4-year institution. You're supposed to be done in 4 years. You come in at 18, you leave at 22. That's increasingly difficult to do. If you're able to do that, you have a lot of money going behind you, usually, or you have a very nice scholarship. So, probably the former. But there's a very closed sense of what the university has been and can be in this country, and I think to maybe talk about the Open University, or something that I never encounter in any of my classes, which are adult students. We just don't have them. It would be it would be wonderful if we could open up the university on some level and think of some other models. But here we're on some level shackled to this very, I hate to say it, no offense, as the Canadian exotic other coming in and critiquing your culture, as Tony pointed out. I'll admit, Canada, this model has gone out the window too, that the university is much more open, that it's about a continued education. So I'm rambling at this point, but it's 7 on Friday. And I'm off my meds. No, it's in my contract.
I just want to say very briefly, not only is this a very conservative institution, it has been for a long time, and yes, one should not make a generalization about the university in the way in which I made, very schematically. But one interesting aspect of this institution is not just that it's conservative in some of its structures and ways of behaving and so on, also as Stuart was saying, but it's also reactionary. There is a very, still very alive feudal component, remnant, in terms of how this institution is structured. The lines of hierarchy. There is a feudal contract that is also enacted here. So one of the interesting things, painful but interesting things that I do find about this type of institution at this point in time is that they are really a hybrid of like 2-3 different modes of production. It is then precisely in those contradictions that one must, in a sense, put pressure. Anyway, that was just a thought.
Just to respond, I think you're dreaming. If you think we have a feudal contract, if only we had a feudal contract, at least there's some benefit to be gained from that.
I think that's the worst. It has the worst of all these things. That's not. It is the good things about the feudal contract. But it
was a contract.
It was a contract, and contract to go both ways, and this one doesn't anymore.
I completely agree. There's been a shift that our feudal overlords were always those of benevolent capitalism, those who were on the board of regents, for instance, and now it's been...
They're not benevolent.
Well, they're not anymore. It's predatory capitalism that's been put in there, because these are the people who can see what universities really could become, and they're the movers and shakers and the job creators. Sorry, I want that to rhyme, but it did. But we could even see the University of Virginia is a great example of where that fails, where you bring in these mavericks to try to change things, and they basically screw up their own system.
It's always 10 years later.
No.
I mean, or
Like fashion,
beyond.
yeah.
Except for dinner, which is always 2 hours early.
Yeah, 2.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to riff off and play with some of the ideas that Cesare raised in his paper, which he kind of recirculated, particularly the idea of nostalgia. And when Cesare talks about thinking of the university without nostalgia, I thought it might be productive to think about nostalgia itself as a corporate value, and the corporate university as being in the business of producing nostalgia for the university. So as those of you who have those of you that have ever watched an Olive Garden ad when trying to watch a YouTube video know the corporation is in the business, advertising is the business of producing a fetish of authenticity through nostalgia, right? I mean, the way in which the Italian-American meal is produced often, on the ad often hides much more unsavory production processes underneath that fetish. And similarly, when the university turns its logo, which used to be the M on your letter jacket, into a corporate brand, which you see in advertising on television, today that too gives alumni an illusion that nothing has changed at their own school. That logo becomes a fetish of a nostalgic fetish of what has not changed. But what does this mean for the contemporary university? I read an article just a few days ago in the New York Times, which I'd like to share a little bit of with you, by someone called Justin Wolfers. Speaking about the politics of naming rather than just branding, but I hope we can see how these converge. He writes, fewer large American companies are run by women than by men named John. A sure indicator that the glass ceiling remains firmly in place in corporate America, right? So these good old names like John evoke continuity with the good old days. Mr. Wolfers is an economics professor, so he goes on to write, emboldened by this new approach to quantifying the glass ceiling, I felt compelled to also track progress within my own field, which is academic economics. I took a quick count of full professors in the top 6 economics departments, Chicago, Harvard, MIT, Princeton, Stanford, and Yale, and discovered 1.12 professors James, Robert, John, or William for each female economics professor, suggesting that we are still a substantial distance from gender parity. Why do I bring this up? And I was hoping we could draw a connection between the branding of what a professor is, what a professor should be named, which is becoming very much on par with corporate branding. Perhaps we shouldn't look at academic economics departments as quite a replica of the academy. Perhaps deanships are more similar into academic economics departments, right? But this is what is happening in a university which can create this nostalgia that nothing has really changed, that professors are still called John rather than all the names you have at the table over here. The fewer and fewer of them are going to be women. If they are women, they're never going to be as powerful, they're never going to be CEOs or the chairs of the department. And increasingly this is happening at places like my last institution, where faculty photos have to be standardized on the website. You'll get a patch of look like you came out of the same faculty factory. And your email signatures have to be standardized and such. So I just wanted to throw out the idea that the corporatization of the university is indeed very much part of the construction of the fetish, nostalgic fetish of the public university. And so the idea that the university is a sort of enduring image to maintain is one that we should question as a production of the corporate image factory as well.
Excellent. I'm so glad that there's no one on this panel whose name is John.
Or James or Robert.
Or William.
Oh, William.
We'll change your name to that. You good job.
I know.
Try.
Did you want to comment?
I had not thought about this at all. It had never occurred to me that, in fact, this is a creation of nostalgia that is, in turn, then turned into literally another commodity fetish. But you're completely right. This is where probably sports also play a very important role. Yeah, I mean, the certain affective, certain catexes, certain affective attachments that alumni alumni might have, sports is a highly protected object.
And with respect to the other matter that Tom and I share at Amherst College, when I was a freshman, in college, at this very tiny, very academic school, 1 in 4 members of my entering class was a football player. And this was so that the alumni from what used to be an old-maid institution would still give money to the college, right? And they were the worst football players. I mean, they were the nerdiest football players.
And I would like to add to what has just been said, that the sports industrial complex and the nostalgia industrial complex, you're all paying stadium taxes until infinity. And they always seem to get bigger from what I've heard. I would like to say, the University of Minnesota was in the forefront of reaction when it when it planned the stadium, naming it after a bank that gave 15% of the money. But one of the interesting things also there is the fact that this kicked off, of course, a circuses but no bread, binging, gorging out, that within the city limits of Minneapolis alone, since the building of the toilet bowl without a tank over there, which is wonderful.
Does it have a flush?
It's too moral that the city has, I don't know what the new end of the Humphrey thing, because that's the old Minnesota, but the Target Center has probably cost more than $500 million, and the current new Securitron that's being built, where I change public transportation routes every day, are being built ostensibly with the names of private corporations, but being financed with public money in a city with rampant racism, rampant homelessness, police cars that cost $100,000 a piece, and are all parts of training for the war machine. And they say sports makes money, but this sports makes money thing, sports makes money for itself, and a lot of that branding money goes into slush funds that are used by the top and only the top administrators of the university at their discretion.
On that note.
Thanks, Tony, for inviting me, and thanks for the other comments so far. I was a year in Lancaster University, so as a sort of personal experience, we usually think of all the capitalist memes or axioms as in Puerto Rico come from this country, but actually there's a lot of other countries. Chile was quite on the forefront of experimenting with neoliberalism in the 70s, and so when it comes to universities and the corporatization, those guys are further along. When it comes to standardization, when it comes to administration, you've got to send in your exams 6 months ahead of time before even having taught it. There's sort of evaluations of the evaluations of the evaluations. There's complete top-down governance. There's almost no democracy. There's always seeming consensus, but that's because everything is sort of decided beforehand, and you're just sort of not even consulted as fact. So I think there's going to be more resistance here than there was in the UK. In the UK, the official left has just been in such a disarray. Here, there seems to be a bit more sort of activism on campuses to deal with these changes and to deal with to name neoliberalism as the force that's doing all this, and to have conferences like this to think of at least some ways to map it and to deal with the worst excesses of neoliberalism. But still, once you've been in the UK, that shit is going to hit the fan if you don't organize these kinds of things beforehand. I did want to make another comment about, I've just got this feeling that when we're talking about liberal education, like again, this is speaking as an exotic other who's new to the US, and I've never quite liberal education, and I don't like it very much. And maybe it's to do with the liberal part of it. And so what I don't like is the assumption that you can have rational individuals fusing their own packet together. And then what we have in practice is we have a system that is always going to be a question of individual choice, and those choices not necessarily given through any kind of rational or pedagogically consistent project. So one of my because I don't think enough about our institution, I find it very difficult and depressing, like a number of people have said. But then I think about it, I think, when you come to a campus, I said this 5 years ago at the other conference as well. What strikes a foreigner who comes to an American campus first? And that is that everyone is just sitting by themselves. That is not the case in any other country in the world. I can't speak about Canada, but that is because of liberal education. And so I don't know that partly, but partially it has to be liberal education because you're not with your own cohort. So I did my undergrad in Belgium. You're always seeing the same people, and so what that means is just that it's atomizing. It's you don't get the same sort of experience of whether a shared experience of shared knowledge production or just hanging out and drinking beers and smoking spliffs, or all of the good things that a student experience should be about. And so I see the good parts of liberal education, but that sort of ideal needs to be questioned, I think, in the name of the common experience of. So that is one thing that I wanted to throw in there. Why not end liberal education and have some other system in place? Declaring majors early on, having a different form of organizing, maybe not with majors, but just bringing the sort of the commonness of and a more flexibility probably as well, post discipline. But somehow I've never quite understood that.
But it has a history in the US that is very specific. I mean, the liberal arts and liberal education was a very specifically elite project from the early to mid 20th century, and it really was to an attempt to build cultural capital for certain type of managerial class. Now it's not that anymore. But that's the origin is far from glorious of the liberal arts and liberal education.
Right.
It's a very elitist and conservative ideal that was put in place from early to mid 20th century in the U.S. And that does not really have much correspondence that I can see in the say. In many other academic systems, the European ones being the ones I'm most familiar with. It doesn't have that. There are other problems. Elitism is branded in a different way, packaged in a different way, but that wasn't. It was never there, never in Italy or France. Or, I don't know about Canada, for example.
Well, that's another. Good God, no. The colonial system.
Right.
There's certainly a way within the European model that the liberal arts tradition had its medieval roots, and that carried through on some level. But here, I think maybe you're asking
by theology.
Yeah, your apprehension, and I think it's one that's shared by everyone, is shouldn't we just put neoliberal in front of it and be done with it, because it has been this neoliberal
How much funding is
twice to get
liberal arts and will be the rest.
Yes.
Well, they are keep it classy.
Yeah.
I'm done. Okay.
I think there too there is this element of nostalgia, by the way, the liberal arts and
very much. Yes. Well, I would say I didn't mention where I did my education. The first, the University of Auckland, New Zealand, and that was very much more the model that everyone is talking about. Very
There wasn't so much that was liberal going on. You did this, chose a major, and you did these courses in this. I certainly appreciated that, actually, more than the what we have here, although I will say we also didn't have to do things like mathematics or other courses.
Yeah.
You just had to have done courses in 4 subjects, so philosophy, English, anthropology, music is what I did.
But Tony, it was assumed that you came from a high school system where you had to learn mathematics.
Yes. Yeah. And it was assumed, and as Cesare has discovered, it was a false assumption. So I have a couple of points. Two in a way are questions, and then the third might be I'm going to put forward as potentially the most depressing statement uttered this evening. Well, I wouldn't go that far. So the first point has to do with corporatization and what it is we mean by the corporatization of the university. I think Arun got at a really important part of it is this assessment of assessment and the assessment of what it is you assess by. So the assessing of assessing of assessing. So forms of control, I think, are a really significant aspect of corporatization. And another aspect of it, so when we talk about corporatization, it has to do with surplus extraction. And rendering this institution as something from which surplus can be extracted, surplus value can be extracted. Which leads me to ask, what is it about the university that means it has to be corporatized? Which is to say, we're assuming it wasn't corporatized at some point, right. So it's now being turned into something from which surplus value can be extracted. So that's the first issue, question issue. The second has to do with the question of the welfare state. And there seems to be a somewhat sort of temporal disjunction. So the welfare state emerges in the 30s, it was in New Zealand and Britain. But it wasn't with the welfare state that you had the opening up of universities to the working class and so forth. That comes in the 60s and especially the 70s in New Zealand in the 90s. Then you get the working class going to university. You also get increased numbers of minority students. And then also it's the time when women go into the university in increasing numbers and begin to be faculty members in any kind of numbers, 70s. So Columbia University didn't allow female students until 1980, I think it was. That was very recent.
It was, I think, Barnard College. No, Barnard College.
Yeah, that was a separate only.
Yeah, so these things, I mean, very, very recent. So with the 70s, so there's a disjunction, like welfare state 30s, and then the arrival of the working classes, women and minority groups in the 70s, and how that, in Cesare's paper, he was looking at the welfare state, emphasizing the welfare state. But what does it mean when, as soon as the working classes get to go to university, then we're to abandon it, or is to be corporatized? It seems that the middle classes had the university for a hell of a long time, and as soon as they no longer have its exclusive domain for themselves, it becomes a problem. Now, my final point, and this is the depressing one, is in terms of graduate education. I mean, if you think internationally, how perverse the situation is that if you cannot afford to go to graduate school, that already means you're in a fairly privileged position, because it means you've gone to an undergraduate institution. Most people don't have anything like that, even that opportunity. So this is how perverse the situation is. If graduate education is difficult, if it becomes something you can't actually access, you are still in this oddly privileged position internationally. And that was my bit for the most depressing comment of the evening.
From there, may I move to Cesare's question about ridicule? Because I think, I mean, we've thought about it quite a bit. and I want to pick up on what Tony just said. It used to be, for example, that it was relatively easy to get a graduate student research assistant. Now, of course, the university is asking us to exploit, because graduate student fringe costs too much, undergraduates as research assistants because they're cheaper. And so there's in addition to the previous provost having in one day illegally taken the graduate school into one of the closets in his office. I would like to point out that the question of discourse rarefaction that Tony has just mentioned by the privilegedness of PhDs is basically being phased out. But I want to come back to Cesare's question about the reason why the university, as the ticklish underbelly of the military-industrial apparatus, can always be parodied. And I think, and this also has to do with Cesare's use of the expression welfare state and Tony's dating of it, because those are both very Anglo-Saxon datings, because of course on the continent, in Germany, for example, this was a result of 1870. This was worked out between Bismarck and Lasalle after the victory over France, and it was not called the welfare state, it was called the social state, whereas in the Five Eyes Anglo-Saxon countries, plus Israel, the 51st state, we can, it is, there is this idea, a pastoral idea embedded in the university of a campus, which means field, which means academy, and that therefore the university is a mirror of the society, and that's how we get sports and games and gymnastics and the highest end budget grants. Whereas on the continent, I think the idea of an ivory tower, in a certain sense, doesn't really make sense to everybody, because people understand that the universities are, as somebody said to me the other day, parking places. Parking places for people who will filter out at a certain rate or other, but for whom there is no place in the society. I don't think anybody in Paris, Berlin, would ridicule universities in the same way they do in the United States, because it is only, or to the greatest degree in the United States, that anybody has the ridiculous illusion that the university is not part of the society about which Margaret Thatcher said that it exists anyway. And therefore, in America, the contradiction of the moment that we're living through now is that the total subsumption of the university by capital maintains this pastoral image of a campus, of a place that is outside the polis, which is the place of Agile, of a place that is a field that is outside of the agora, the market. And nowhere else in the world that I know of is this massive ideological illusion as present and as successful as it is in the United States.
Since that, I mean, for one thing, it is an Anglo pastoral. It is an Anglo-American or Anglophone pastoral. In some places more successful and more isolated than others. The U.S. probably being the best case, I mean best most most perfected. But going back to the question of welfare state, your point is very well taken, Tony. I mean the welfare state has a history. It's not just a thing that is homogeneous, and I found myself using that word fully knowing that it would have to be not just translated terminologically, but translated conceptually in very different ways for what happened on the European continent with social democracies. If I would have to, you said the welfare state starts in the 30s, so does in Italy with fascism. Yeah. I mean, there is that's where it starts, and I mean when that building. I mean one of the main buildings was so yeah. Anyway, but there is a complicated history that in some European countries at least, I know that certain types of social democratic ideals were after World War II had to be espoused while at the same time rejecting the fact that there was a president. There was a president for public works and health assistance and this and that and the other, and that was fascism. So it's a very complicated, it doesn't work at all the same way. And this was a really shortcut. Yeah. Anyway.
Two small questions. And I guess the first one I'll speak as a somewhat exotic other. We have a panel here of people, whereas maybe like half of them come from these formerly more prestigious places than where we are right now. So I'm wondering if not some of your or our disdain for both the corporate university and the neoliberalism is the way it takes power away from professors. I was and am still quite dumbfounded at sometimes appalled about the power that professors at an American university have and the lack of student democracy. So that is the first question / comment. And the other one is it seems that there are, and I share very much Tom's call to arms, if you want to use war metaphors, that there needs to be a critiquing of these systems, be it the old-fashioned nostalgia, be it corporate or not, for both canon buildings and udon aspects of university and education of the working classes that might be the better or worse, or the neoliberal education and corporate ideology of the university. But I also think that maybe instead of having seems that on the panel today, there's either been anger or disdain or some sort of like masochistic sarcasm against stuff like evaluations and things coming from whatever corporate office we have over here. Might there be another dialogue with that so-called real world that I hear some of you calling for, but could it be more, if now we're in someone called it the Department of Ethnology, might it be, less negative and more dialectic in some way?
I have some answers. Some pictures. First of all, I mean, it strikes me, I know private institutions in the US fairly well too. It strikes me that professors don't have that much power there either, as compared to a place like the University of Minnesota, though they may well be paid more. But that's not exactly having power necessarily within the institution. It strikes me though that many European academic systems that I know of, professors have far more power there. Yeah.
I didn't come from,
yes,
where we really have Scandinavian people there, not thinking.
Yeah, sure, of course. I'm aware of that. There, in academic systems such as the French one and the Italian one, for example, which are truly much more feudal, a hybrid. Well, they're a hybrid too, in a sense, but they're far more feudal in structure than the one in which we are right now. Yeah. Their professors have far more power than another academic system I know. Far more. But now, if you are pointing to some kind of envy, namely, you pointed out, well, many of us here come from far more, we're educated, far more prestigious institutions. I don't know. I actually don't. I don't have that at all. No. If that is your education, I know. As I said, knowing these private institutions from the inside fairly well, I don't precisely envy those places at all, and certainly not in terms of power. So that's one thing I want to say. But the other thing is the more dialectical approach. One thing that at least for my own sake, that I emphasized in my paper is that I called it a lopsided, double-pronged approach. And I think at this point in time, I feel very much of a pragmatist when it comes to these things. One cannot afford not to use whatever one has at one's disposal. And so I didn't think I was being negative. I don't know where the negative, maybe it's Tony. But I would like to say that from my part, the complaints are real. And everything isn't the same. That's very much the case. As much it is the case that I find a certain type of stimulation and liveliness in this environment that I hardly find anywhere else. Those things are both the case. And that's not a dialectic. It's, if anything, a dialectic at a standstill. That is, it's really an antinomy. It's not a contradiction, but it's an antinomy at this point. So, anyway, but that's, for my part, I don't know what others might respond to.
Go ahead. This is just a brief comment, but yeah, and I would certainly take the point that in conversations I've been privy to, one of the things that invariably comes up is the so-called erosion of faculty governance, that this is something that people will cite as being bad and nefarious about the corporatization of the university. But something else I think was equally striking is a certain kind of pushback against a series of transformations that people feel are forcing them to think of themselves as workers, right, which they have not previously. So the idea of being referred to as a workforce is something that seems to be extremely unpalatable to a great many academics. And again, obviously one could see this as part of this sort of pastoral fantasy of the campus detached from the wicked ways of the marketplace. But yeah, the wicked ways of the marketplace. So that's it.
Well, I'm just going to say maybe one way to think about this distinction, or what's so peculiar about this country, is the way that grievances, let's say, between faculty and student get played out. It's never with collective action. It's always through litigious means.
Or pacification. Administrative pacification.
Oh, okay. I think that's another type of pacification.
No, it has. I mean, Vietnam.
Yeah. And maybe that's one of the things we're bemoaning, is that complete lack of collective action. And maybe it gets back to that point when we start to consider ourselves as workers. Oh, heavens. I would never consider myself as I'm not voicing myself, but that academics don't like to consider themselves as workers, and I think that has a lot to do with their class background.
Yeah, it's curious that in the context of the current unionization of faculty effort and a lot of informational meetings, people were very indignant about recent documents from the administration using terms like workforce. And they're there to form a union, but we're not workers, we're not a workforce.
I would just point out that my comments, there was potentially very positive opponent. and that concern, if we think that corporatization is bad, my question, the first question was, what is it about the university that had prevented it from being fully corporatized? And is that something, is it simply feudalism?
No.
Or is it something else that might be worth
saving,
intensifying?
Well, may I address?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not going to go through the history of the corporation with its roots in the English King's Two Bodies or the corporation sold. It's not feudal at all. It entirely belongs to the modernity to which the surpluses of capital and languages, which Cesare brought up, belong. And that's why I responded so with such a jerk to say no, because again, it's the deunionization, as Stuart pointed out, of labor. There is extremely little solidarity. There is, from department to department within the college, very little solidarity. And I would just like to mention, Cesare and I have been colleagues for many years, and as he well knows, I like to annoy him occasionally, just to be consistent for purposes of consistency. And the other Sunday evening, I received in email, we have to fill out this conflict of interest, financial interest form every year, which used to be called the AREPA, which is the which is now called the REPA, as in road. And I always used to be the last person in the university to fill out my no, and send 72 hours after the form had been due. On February 27th, I received a reminder from the office, and I had never seen this title before, from the director of the Office of Compliance. Compliance. I got that too. And in the little box, the discussion box, with a limited number of characters, like, at the end, which has been phased out of the Pulse of the Twin Cities survey, which has now been privatized and outsourced to a major multinational publicity firm called the Hay Group. And there is no way to write anything independent. I wrote, this is the method of production of producing, I said it's disgusting, which was building on nostalgia, I realized, but it was a strategic doing so. Having a university something called the Office of Compliance with zero modification. I said, I taught Irving Goffman on total institutions today. What did you teach? What the American, the decadence, I guess what I want to say to the feudalist thing about the modern corporate thing is that I have no shame any longer about using the word decadent in a negative fashion by which it was used by many, for example, English-speaking communists like my parents in the 30s and 40s, not only to talk about university culture, but also to talk about corporate culture in the United States, because they are absolutely parallel, so that you have a revolving door, just as in Washington, everybody is bought by the same people, and certain votrons go there to allow them not to represent us, but to be bought. And in the university, what one has witnessed, just as in American corporations one has witnessed, is the increasing expenditure at the peak of the pyramid, to the increasing impoverishment of everybody at the bottom of the period, with the result that, in effect, the psychotic wish of the administration of this university is, and well, They certainly are under the idea, correct, because they've made it so that the university exists for them. But their psychotic desire is that they be the entire university, that there be no faculty, that there be no students. But like people who want to drown the government in a bathtub, they don't ask themselves who would pay their salaries. And you see the same thing right now in American corporate culture. You see people earning these obscene multiples of what they earned while paying ever less taxes. When the marginal tax rate in the Eisenhower administration was 90%. And you see the same thing in the university. And you see furthermore, for example, Mark Udolph, very close personal friend of W, gets rewarded when he's had his face-off with Jesse Ventura, the ex-Navy SEAL, elected by the university, the students of the University of Minnesota, goes back to become rector of Texas, then becomes rector to destroy the state of California university system, which is 10% of the professoriate of the United States, and is immediately replaced by whom? Janet Napolitano, immediate former Secretary of Homeland Security. And I just want to say, if that doesn't say it all, that a university, the president of the largest university system in the world, is the immediate former head of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which has been dysfunctional ever since it was invented as the biggest bureaucracy on earth under W. I don't know what to say. She pepper sprays her own students. And here students are addressing
question, but let me just clarify for people at home that this is brought to you by the Department of Economics. Any trouble with what's being said, Director? Andrea has a question.
Yes. A question for Cesare, but some broader comments. And it seems to me that while I agree with Cesare that the university is, as a kind of concept, jettisoned, I think where we all stumble is the fact that the university has always made things. And I think that's sort of across the board from the kind of democratic values, but also Marx, the students who lead things, workers. And so I think that's sort of where we all sort of run into. And there is the utopia that is connected to this ideology of the past, and the utopia which is homogeneous, same, nothing changes. This is the same university we've always known. It's glorious. It's a football game. But there is the utopia of the future, right? Which is the heterogeneous, the yet to come, the one that don't yet know how to. But I think that too is where the problem is, because that used to be the kind of horizon to which everyone just. If that horizon is now increasingly subsumed or whatever it is, it's that horizon you can no longer do with any impunity, right? As critics or agents. So I think the question is raised of what is criticism? What is utopia now? How is it is anything left of utopia? Of its utopian dream? That utopian dream, and then I guess, for Cesare, in what ways the commons related to that utopia, how to think about utopia that now we can no longer think of it as the exception, which is, I think, Alto says less than anything, right? There is no exception, but nonetheless, we make a point to something. But I think it's that point that's complicated. And so, I guess I would just.
I would augment the question and say that there's a deeper genealogy of the university which goes to pre-modernity and to monasticism, and just learning was done with a very clear understanding that dealing with books was for a higher purpose, which had nothing to do with society. So our governments, books about monasticism I don't agree with them, but it's interesting to think of what we're doing as some sort of a, I wouldn't say spiritual, but something more than just being functional in the rest of society.
And that it had no monetary attachment.
Right.
You couldn't attach money to it.
Yeah.
It was,
but then, of course, the metastasis of that is precisely then academics at a certain point in time taking offense at being called workers. Because there's the touch of the market, the touch of money. Right? And that's the underside. That's the underside of that separation.
Who says that the master is
Andrea had a question. She would like to be.
So that was my question.
Yes, I know. There were many questions there. I think that, I mean, for my sake, I would say that I have to start afar from in order to formulate an answer, and I have to start from the fact that I think it is very important to reflect on the failure of critique. On its successes too, but on the failure of critique, in the sense of, I think we were pointing to this, Meredith, earlier when you say, well, there was a time not too long ago when teaching certain things was in fact had a certain impact, a certain political impact, whereas now there's a certain ennui of, we all know what the critique is. Yeah, capitalism is bad and everything, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, maybe there is a certain weariness with critique that we should think about. For my own thought and work, I don't really like the mode of critique precisely because of that reason. I think that now more than ever, it's not critiques that we need. So, even criticizing the university is not very satisfying to me. What's needed is the production of a new culture, new terminologies, new vocabularies, new common sense, ideas that can become just as common sense as the idea that as all the mainstay of capitalist ideologies, such as human nature is there is an antagonism and competition inserted at the very core of what we are because of scarcity of resources. Well, I want to substitute those things with others that would be just as commonsensical and perhaps as just as much to be criticized. But I think that what's needed is no longer a critique of, but a production of new terms, new cultures, new ideologies. It's an ideological revolution that is needed because people need to start thinking in different ways. And I'll put myself first, I'm not pointing fingers. Now, this gets to the question of utopia. And that's why I said I have to go a long way around. For me, to insist on a concept such as the common and use it and insisting on using it in common parlance as a quotidian gesture, even at the risk of having to explain myself over and over again, meaning outside this context. Okay, that's for me extremely important. And to start saying precisely things like that. Well, no, thought is not private. No, affect is not personal. You think it is. You experience it that way, of course, but it isn't. Language is the primary common. I mean, if there's a common, it's language, etc., etc. Those are the kinds of common senses that, for me, have the potential of a utopia. That is to just reclaim and turn around the shit we have, because there isn't other shit out there. Sorry to end on that note.
In a way, I would see a sort of possible opportunity, in a sense, in the corporate universities' co-optation of terms like innovation, creativity, etc., and that these this does at least give them a kind of circulation, and they can be inhabited and enacted differently, or specifically enacted as collective projects rather than the capacity of a atomistic individual to innovate in ways that are useful for business or whatever. So it seems to me that, there is a sense in which these idioms can be made to exceed themselves in potentially productive ways. And that, again, that does, I very much agree that rather than critique seems to be what's needed in this.
And it is, I mean, it's not far-fetched. I mean, in 2010, 2011, I forget when, there was a referendum in Italy, not a very leftist country nowadays, on a referendum to make water a common good, meaning that could not be privatized because water is being started to be privatized in Italy at a very fast rate, and there were laws afoot to do even more of that. In order to have a national referendum in Italy, you need to, have about 200,000 signatures, and then it goes to the courts. If it is found constitutional, then you vote for it, and so on. Almost 2 million people signed it. What does that mean? That means that the idea of a common good, of something like water, that is as basic as water, as being made common and instituting a law that could not privatize it, is actually something that a lot of people can rally around. Now, one could say, there was a moment, and then, within a year or two, that was all, it evaporated, it dissipated. Sure. But these things are recurring, and I picked up this example just because I'm closest to it, but there are plenty of other things like that. That's why it is important for me to insist on words, terms, vocabularies, terminologies that, of course, are attached to concepts and conceptual structures. But I think it is very important to find even slogans.
So Sonali wants to respond, and then Leah says a question, and then my question.
Very briefly indeed, since I do research in Egypt, another country which had moments of hope and utopia. And to come back to your question, I mean, I think very much Jose Muñoz's idea of utopia, right, as a future-oriented gesture, and the importance of the performative act in it, right? When Cesare said language is what we have in common, well, how then can you make language performative to reanimate some of its terms and such is, I think, the question to think of. But
take it back. Yeah. It's a question of taking it back from its commodification, and the commodification of language is the cliches you were reading, which do mean a lot, but it's reified language.
They cost a lot.
So, the question.
This actually has more to do with what Sonali was talking about. I'm interested in this idea of what the speculative form of person that austerity is kind of imposing, what nostalgia sort of means, right? The regressiveness of nostalgia oftentimes, and we've seen it, right? There's a political affectation that's really important. That, there's dwindling resources, there's irresponsible spending of public monies, there's people located in these secretive spots that need to be sussed out, that need to be managered out of existence, right? And I'm sort of trying to put that in conversation as well with a belief in general, which seems to be common, that there is a sort of, and it's a wide-standing belief, that the university is a place of populist access, right? That there's in some even meager way, there's some meritocracy that starts at the very beginning of the admissions process. But I'm interested in we're really ugly people in this era. I mean, we've become increasingly ugly, obsessed with, pinching every last penny, extracting efficiencies, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, a part of me, longs for the brutalist modern institutions of of even state socialism. In Eastern Europe. I mean, it's even to that. I don't know whether the speculative activity that we should be involved in can even say, maybe we should jettison the university itself. Maybe we just need to double down on the foundations and say we just need we've seen more barriers and more walls and probably a nice moat as well. I mean, at the very least, to kick people into.
Alligators. Mika, we're running out of time.
It's really short. I was just going to say that I had a really funny kind of opposite experience to the one Meredith was talking about, where you used to have these people where, you know, you would come in your class and make up these marks and you'd freak out with bullshit. It's crazy. But I was actually in a class in this department. It was a poetry class, and we had to do a final assignment. And I was thinking of ideas, and I was like, oh yeah, I think Ayn Rand wrote a poem, and I'd like to do that and write about it. And I proposed the idea to him, and the teacher kind of freaked out. He's like, what do you mean you want to write on Ayn Rand? I was like, I don't know. He's like, do you like Ayn Rand? I'm like, does it matter? I like him. You have to like him. You fucking write about it. And I realized that's what people do. And I started talking about, you guys just write about shit you like. You know, because I wrote this paper and I found out this amazing thing about this poem that Ayn Rand had written. That's not a poem at all. And so what was so interesting about it was the fact that her and her, like, you know, the objectivist legacy or something was so adamant about calling it a poem and the different ways they needed it to be a poem and why that was important. So it became this really awesome project. And then I realized that Ayn Rand could actually be written as a communist narrative. But you know, I realized this whole thing about her canon of work that's like so important, and I was talking to Pepper about this too, and I was like, this might be a really important project to work on because, you know, anytime there's a resurgence of the right in this country, whose books, you know, just shoot up in sales. You know? Nobody's writing about this stuff.
I feel that.
This is also part of what you're saying too.
I think that would be a great project to do. And I really do mean that. It is different for different people what is productive for thought. There are certain, let's call them minds for lack of a better term, okay? There are certain minds that function that produce thought by being able to precisely critique and attack that which they don't like, for example. Okay?
I mean, I wasn't even critiquing.
Right? No. But then you did say that you want to return into a utopian communist.
Well, no, I'm just saying that you actually could.
Sure.
Not even critiquing it, just is that. You know? It's like it wouldn't even be a critique.
That's fine. I did not mean to imply that that was what you were doing. I was trying to illustrate different modes of thought, and ultimately, I will say that one has to go with what produces thought in oneself. I know that if I start writing about things that I don't like, I become stupid. But that's my feature. I mean, that's not everybody's like that.
I mean, I wasn't suggesting though.
And sometimes I find most provocative and most thought-producing to write about objects that I have a very intense love and hate for. So there is an ambivalence. But things that outright I dislike, for example, from the get-go, I can't write about. Now, some people, but it should be written about, right? But I'm not the person to do it. It's not the project I can do.
It wasn't just that I liked it or didn't like it. I just said I didn't know. And it was just the name attached to it. And I was just surprised by the teacher's reaction. Like, I'm sure you want to associate it. I'm just writing a paper. but it's like the thing about it was I didn't have to critique it. Was what I found was like,
sure.
And it was this sort of hidden. One of the most commented things upon she had ever wrote. You know, it was so interesting to find out that, you know, maybe one of the reasons why is because the character at the end, you know, escapes this horrible society and becomes an individual, but then is totally consumed with saving the society. So that's why they looked at the poem. It's actually not even a poem by her own standards of her, you know, 2 volumes of literary critique that she wrote. You know, so it's just like it's not even. It's like I don't even have to critique it. It's just this amazing. And there's a lot of things to say about how capitalism functions and like creating these causal networks in which you can stand outside of and sort of, you know, manipulate. Because that's like how I found out how her literary theory interacts with her
Yeah, but that's,
So yes, it's not even a critique. It's like,
that's called production of thought. Yeah, I mean that's it's great.
I was just trying to support your. I like.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Well, thank you very much. And we've run over time, and we should all thank very much our respondents. Once again, to thank Mike for organizing this. And we'll be adjourning. It's 12 for afterwards. So, okay, how will you have like John Oliver.
This was great.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, my
I imagine.
Sorry, on what sheet?
I agree. Sorry, I just
bubbles, or like she's really describing.
Yeah.
What is it?
The last one?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was thinking Lorenzo.
Oh, wait. I teach until MPD that night at 9. What time do you guys say? Yeah.
I can't. Just not show up.
You're still your seats. You have to, let's start to stay positive.
The actual toll selling like branded corporate version and manufacturing them just
And walking back.
the whole office has every Friday you can see like the actual human toll on people being like trying to build. We totally frame it that way, like the active learning classrooms are framed as like classrooms are 500 group and so like we study oh hi grandma I'm at home scrolling so we do the assessment theater yeah there's some of those she's my I'm a CMC get all your emails
Writing on film.
Writing on true. It's just like really affecting stuff. You have to have stuff with that. I was thinking so hard. I fall asleep. No, but I work for the admissions office.
She goes from like giving these like tours to North Dakota like corn farmers to like coming to the street.
And I have to like every interaction I have, I turn into like a joke and just like today I spent an hour writing a thank you note, but I write bro, this is the university gave me questions which were asked on my took me to the time I made and then my name.
So surreal that
It's funny because I'm the only person there who ever says anything like that. Not even close to weird stubbornness. There's like, why do you always gotta bring us down? Yeah. You were here for just like,
I came here all day. I actually came to the whole thing, except I sadly missed Micah's